Welcome, Internet, to Land Beyond the Mist. How are you all doing today? I am very excited to be running another session here. I believe this is session number 20 of Land Beyond the Mist. Um, so before we head in and start role playing, I think it is best, as always, to go around the table and introduce who has come to play with us today and who is their character. So, just in the order that I see your cameras on Discord, I'm going to go around and ask you to do just that. Bradley, would you start us off?
Yeah, hi. My name's Bradley. I play Dungeons and Dragons. It's pretty cool, you know. Yeah, it's fun. Today, I am playing a young lad by the name of Marcus Peters. He has been on one adventure in his life, and he's now somewhat of an expert on the subject of adventuring because he's very well versed after his one adventure. If you were to kind of look upon, like if you were in a building, right, and Marcus Peters walked in the building, you would look at him and be like, who's this 12-year-old kid? He's actually much older than what he looks, though, so don't worry about it. It's solid.
Awesome. Well, welcome back. Always glad to have you. And I am excited to see what your precocious character gets up to today. Next up, if Coron, you could take us away.
Yeah, I'm Koron, aka Nick, and I am bringing back Talise McLeese to the table today, who is out here in the mists, mostly looking to make some money. She's snuck out of the room that Harold had locked her in and tried to go on this quest, but somehow Harold ended up on the quest too, even though the whole point was to get away from him. I don't. It's just really frustrating.
Sorry, that was really funny. All right. Well, what an introduction, Corin. Anything else to add, or
I think I'm good with that.
think you're good with that? Excellent. Well, speaking of the room locking Harold himself, John, welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? Introduce
You're
yourself.
doing wonderful,
us.
Greg.
Yeah.
How's it going, everyone? I'm John DM or Dungeon Master if you want to be professional about it. I'm bringing the Milkman back, known as Harold, the Herald. And he is here to, one, kill, and two, make... Oh, crap, I forgot Corn's characters. Talise uncomfortable. Because she can't escape. They killed a rat together. They're going to keep killing rats together.
All right. Well, very sinister, Mr. Dungeon Master. I don't know how I feel about this. Quickly moving on. Kay, it has been a while. I'm glad you managed to make it back to us. Why don't you give yourself a little quick introduction and tell us about your character?
Of course, I am Kay, an incorrigible D&D addict, DM, player, etc. And I am bringing it to the table today the distinguished gentleman known as Mole, the very eccentric and enigmatic dwarf that's been wandering around the town. Always filled with his beard, always filled with twigs and leaves. Leaning down and sort of like looking rocks and telling people what the rocks are saying based on how they taste. A connoisseur of dirt and leaves and twigs, always trying to convince people to eat whatever the hell it is he has offered them, but a strange but well-meaning dwarf.
All right. Well, with our cast introduced, we will slide ourselves into play here. The four of you will find yourselves in no other place but the Cloak and Stagger, where all of our adventures begin. The Rowdy Bar is filled with unsavory characters today, as there is a slip of paper that has been nailed haphazardly to the job board in the night. No one is sure how it got there, and it says all these strange words on it, and no one is quite sure what to make of it, except there are a certain sort of unsavory fellows that seem very interested in it. Among those, Talise McLeese, you find some people you are unfortunately aware of, but the note catches your eye as it is written entirely in Thieves' Cant. You will know it to say something akin to the following when it is translated into a more normal speech pattern. It says a test for new recruits. A scholar by the name of Julianos needs to be eliminated. Their laboratories hidden away in Shimmer Harbor. Return with their blood on your hands within a 10-day, or we will send in an expert. As you read this, you have escaped your room with Harold as he watches you slink across the bar. And there are some drinking buddies nearby. You've decided that this is something that you want to pursue. Tell us, what is it about this quest, this request on the board, written in Thieves' Cant, that makes you want to pursue it?
Well, so I used to run with a crew, right? I ran with a whole sort of traveling circus sort of thing that went from town to town. And I was the lookout. And so I'm looking for a new organization to really get into. I haven't really found a way to figure out who those people are here. And I see this as really a way to get into, another group that can support me the way the circus did.
Okay. Awesome. Well, in search for your new crew, you have 3 new partners here. Do you convince them to join you? Are they already itching for adventure? Tell me, how do you band up to pursue this bloody quest?
Let's see. Well, I think first off, Harold's probably just following me. I don't convince him. He's just like, no, you're not leaving without me.
Fair.
For the other 2, so we've got the weird dwarf that's trying to feed me weird things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So Mole sort of like he wanders around talking to random people, doing strange things. It's clear that he is quite the wildman, quite the wanderer of sorts, familiar with nature. You see him occasionally speaking to random animals and squirrels, etc. And Mole is, of course, very fond of wild shaping into a mole. Eventually, he has like a little system of burrows that have been sort of like strewn out throughout the town. Then sometimes you'll just see a mole pop up, and then there's a probably dirtier dwarf than the mole appearing a little bit later. So he's really easy to find, and he's always down to help people and go adventure out into the world. So
yeah, I think I identify that particularly that would be very useful at like gathering information on places while going unnoticed. And so I'm like, hey, you want to go on a trip? I'm going out to this island to do some important work for some people in town.
Been stuck in this town for too long. All right. Doesn't even ask any questions, just sure.
All right, and remind me a little bit about Marcus again.
So, Marcus Peters is basically, if you're in the tavern with him, you look over and you see him, like, he looks like basically like Justin Bieber pretty much in armor. Okay, he looks like, and like, we're talking like little kid Justin Bieber, okay? So he does not look like an adventuring type at all. However, you will see he's wearing a fancy spectacle over one eye, and he's got this like really big, basically looks like an anchor. He's basically carrying around an anchor with him that has a nice gemstone on it. I think probably the most likely scenario for you approaching him would be he would approach you. Probably when you're talking with the dwarf, right? Comes over like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're just planning a trip out to perform some important tasks.
Oh, I've been on trips. I've been on trips like that. Yeah, it's where I got this, and then this. Yeah, I'm kind of an expert on those type of things. I found an island that talks. Have you ever found an island that talks?
Of course, everything on the world talks.
Oh, you met Dave? You met Dave?
I've met a few Daves.
Dave's Island.
I don't think I've met that Dave.
Oh, why not?
He rubs at his beard. Probably just never stumbled across him.
Oh, okay. If you guys are going out adventuring, I mean, I should probably go with you and make sure you're safe.
Yeah, that's a great idea. As
I like your
Talise
spirit.
recognizes like a very good distraction.
Wonderful.
Mo walks over to Marcus, and he said he looks very young.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he goes and he puts a hand on what he believes is a child's shoulder, and says, "Listen, there's something important I gotta tell you, though. Some advice for being out and about in the world. You ready to hear it?
Yeah.
How do you know if a joke is gonna be a dad joke?
I don't know.
It becomes apparent.
Oh, that's funny. I think.
Oh,
I
the
think I get
milkman
it.
laughs.
You get here.
I had to give you one.
I glower
That's funny.
over at Talise.
Oh.
Are you our leader this week?
Leader. Sure, I guess.
Give me an order, then. I put down a glass jar of milk, handing it to the small Chield. Drink this, and your bones will become strong.
All right. With strange offerings and a motley crew, you have come together in search of this incredibly violent quest. You will know a couple of things here as you look across the note. It mentions the Shimmer Harbor, which is a island to the south and east of Rhymeview near Rustport. You know the Shimmer Harbor to be down here, as I ping on the world map for you. It is a large, very jungle-heavy island with a kind of double port on either side of a channel that has formed in the coast itself. The channel is home to a very shallow boating experience, not the large vessels that go across the ocean, nor the ones that ferry from Three Sisters Isle in deeper through the actual bay, make their way through here. Is also a place of very few guilds. The guilds themselves do little in the way of overseeing this. It is kind of a free place. And so you have been tasked to hunt down somebody and eliminate them here. Do you head out to the Shimmer Harbor immediately, or will the four of you make any preparations here in town?
Ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know who wrote the note, right? So not much to do in terms of getting more information there.
Okay.
I mean, we could ask if anybody knows this person, but that's probably not a good business practice here.
How do we intend on getting to this Shimmer Harbor place?
Well, there's this cool invention called a boat. We're gonna get on one. Unless you can walk on water.
Soon, TM. There he goes. Oh, very, very well, very well. Just gotta know what sort of supplies to bring.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we are going to our travel phase. So, as you leave the busy tavern and make your way down to the docks district to presumably find a boat, we will begin our travel phase. The first thing that I would like from each of you is to know what your destination is. We already know it is the Shimmer Harbor itself. And we'll need to know the hexes it takes to get there. And to do that, we need to know what route you are going to take from Rhymeview. Are you going to be sailing or walking the long way around?
Sounds like we're sailing.
Yeah.
Sounds
I've
like
got
you're
a lot of money.
sailing.
I could pay for a boat.
Straight as the crow flies?
Whatever the captain wants to do. Yes.
Okay. So you are going to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10? Or are you going to instead go from here 10, 11?
I think we're trying to get to Shimmer Harbor proper, so probably the slightly longer one.
All right. 11 hexes worth of travel will be our route taken today. As you come together, you will be allowed to select a mode of travel. You have chosen sailing. So you begin to negotiate with the harbor masters, searching around for the best possible deal that you can find, and you will find that the travel requirements are 25 GP per character. Will get you on a boat sailing to Shimmer Harbor. Can you pay the price?
I can.
I can as well.
Excellent. Please mark off 25 GP per character then. And you will have secured a ship, a large sailing vessel known as the Gilded Wave. The Gilded Wave is a big trade vessel flying high the whitewater merchant standards. It will supply a fair bit of food and other materials to various places throughout the Shrouded Coast, and this includes imports to Shimmer Harbor. Excellent. Before we begin, what are the roles that you will be taking? Each of you may choose between the provisioner, the scout, the guide, and the lookout.
I believe Kai, you wanted to be the provisioner, right?
Yeah, Mole will take care of provisions.
Mole will be our provisioner. Excellent.
And are you the lookout, Talise?
Yeah, Talise will be the lookout.
Talise will be our lookout. Beautiful.
So it's between me and Bradley on scout and guide.
Yes, indeed.
Do you have a preference? I don't.
I don't either.
I guess scout.
All right. Marcus will be our scout, and Harold will be our guide for the party. Excellent. Before we go anywhere, a Mole, as our provisioner, you are in charge of a very important duty. You are in charge of making sure that the journey is well equipped. The items, supplies, food, and rations that your party needs are on you to track and buy and procure, or however you intend to make that happen. You have a choice as the provisioner as how you will be providing for these rations. You may choose to forage along your journey. You may choose to provide a magical providence using your own spell slots to make up for the food and water you need. Or, of course, the ever-popular pack rat, as you may buy and carry items from the local merchants. How will you be providing for your party during this trip?
The first time that Mole went out, he did provisioning, but everyone else's stomachs were too weak. As you recall, they just couldn't stomach what he was. So he's decided instead that when providing for a party, he's going to be using magical providence to ensure that they're sustained, because these people are soft. They've lived in towns their whole life. They can't handle it out in the wilderness. So he's just going to make it easy for them.
Beautiful. So, as Magical Providence reads, in order to choose Magical Providence, you must know at least one spell or have magic item that will provide food and water for the party each day. What are the spells or items you are using?
Yeah, he will be using the Cray Water and the Good Berry, similar to last time. 2 spell slots a day, and I have the material components as well.
Beautiful. Please mark those off until the rest that you take after the travel phase ends. Perfect. With good berries in hand and water a-flowing aplenty from his various chalices, the four of you embark. The grand sailing ship begins to sail across the seas, quickly leaving behind the Umbra forest. As this is going to be a 2-day journey to the Shimmer Harbor. The sails unfurl, the crew runs back and forth across the top of the ship, and soon all you see around you is the great blue waters of the bay of the Shrouded Coast. That is going to bring us over in this first day, this morning of travel, to our scout, Marcus. Marcus, your role amongst the party is an interesting one while sailing. The lands beyond the mist are usually uncharted and the best route between destinations largely unknown. But these can always change with the weather, the season, the movements of monsters, or any other reasons. As the scout for your party, please describe to me your efforts to scout the terrain and avoid any pitfalls or reasons that your party may get lost along the way. How is it that you go about ensuring that you don't lose time this journey?
And just to make sure that I understand properly, I'm scouting while we are on the boat.
Yes, the boat trip is the travel phase right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is there like a crow's nest?
Absolutely. There's absolutely a crow's nest.
Okay. So the first thing that's going to happen, right? Marcus on day one, kind of when the boat's taken off, he's going to try and like scout out the crew workers, right? And he's going to try and find somebody with a spyglass.
Oh, there is absolutely a guy with a spyglass.
I go up to him.
Yeah, you walk up to this man, large and portly, with a big bushy beard. He has a scar across the top of his like eyebrow that trails down across his cheek. He is polishing a bronze spyglass. It appears to be quite precious to him. He's keeping it in gleaming condition. He eyes you approaching, kind of like pulls up a single eyebrow in like a half wink, very Rock Johnson-ish, and kind of acknowledges your approach wordlessly.
Hi, that scar on your face, where'd you get it? Did you get it going out adventuring? I've been out adventuring before. Kind of an expert in it.
Are you now, laddie?
Yeah. That's where I got this. That's where I got this, and then this. He says, hefting his big anchor.
I'm impressed you can wield that thing. No,
Yeah,
I
it's
am
kinda
a
heavy.
sailor my whole life. I got this in a storm. We lost 5 men that day. I was lucky. The ropes were snapped and flailing wildly in the winds. This here is one that lashed me across the face.
Oh, that's something. That's something. You should pay a bard to make a song about it.
Bards tell tales of adventures, it seems. The workaday life seems to be going unnoticed by them and undesired for songs and bars.
Well, maybe I'll pay a bard to make a song about it because that's a cool story. Yeah. But anyways, I'm kind of on a very important mission right now. Okay, I gotta make sure that the waters are safe, but I need something. I need a spyglass, and I see you got one. I tell you what, I'll give you 25 gold if you let me use that, and then I'll give it back to you when we're done.
You're going to rent dear Betsy from me?
Yeah, 25 gold. 25 gold.
He was about to turn you down, but 25 gold's a lot of coin for a sailor. He looks torn. He looks at you.
5 gold up front.
Show me the money.
Okay. He will kind of fall down onto his knees and pull out a big sack of coins. He'll set the big sack of coins down and he'll kind of like open it up. And there's a lot more than 25 gold in this. And he'll start counting out the pieces and he'll count out 25 and then he'll seal the pouch back up and attach it back to his side. And then he'll kind of like handful of coins hold them out.
He like takes out a sack and like lets you dump the coins in as he like hands you this thing. He like pauses for a moment when you put your hands on it, like before letting it go. Like, it's like, now you bring Betsy back in one piece.
Oh, I will. I'll make sure she's fine.
Good.
Okay. Now, Greg, with spyglass in hand, we're going to climb up into the crow's nest, and we'll be scouting out with
Absolutely
spyglass.
beautiful. So you will be scouting out, making sure there's no storms, no whirlpools, no strange things that might lose you time along the way. Wonderfully done. What I would like from you, Bradley, is I'm going to ask you for a perception wisdom check. Your base DC is going to be 12 in this area, but I would also like you to take a plus. No, you get advantage on your check for being on the boat and sailing.
Oh. All right. There we go.
Hey, there we go. A 23 easily. You see anything that's coming before there might be problems. Shallow rocks in the water, the odd change of behavior of storm fronts, or perhaps the currents changing rapidly on you. You warn the crew in time. They oar like crazy. They change their direction. You keep the party on track without losing any time during the journey from your crow's nest. Please mark inspiration for your wonderful job scouting. The first day goes by much like that. Lots of oars pulling and pushing. Lots of shouts from the crew as they run back and forth. You're making your way across the waters. Eventually, I need to hear from our guide, Harold. It is late afternoon, almost evening. You've been a full day at sail. And you, my friend, are responsible for making sure that the journey itself does not drain or exhaust your party. The lands beyond the mists are dangerous and difficult to journey through. Describe to me how you avoid or stave off the labors of this here journey.
So we have Mole. We have. Oh, I'm already forgetting Bradley's character's name. Peters?
Marcus Peters.
Marcus Peters and Talese. I think Harold is quite possibly in the group that he is the tallest member of. And that goes to his head a little bit. Because he's never really had the height advantage. And towering down upon them with a aura of menace and malice almost. He sees that they're being wasteful, trying too hard to be like useful to the crew so that there's not like a mutiny. And Harold is going to do the opposite of that. He is going to stare down every single crew member who wants to, let's say, not abuse, but like misuse these adventurers who are paying them for a service to do manual labor to get in the crow's nest for some reason when this weird scarred man is supposed to be on watch. And to like find the first mate and intimidate the hell out of them. He wants to scare them into being less restrictive.
Love it. Please give me an intimidation charisma check. You are sailing, so you will have advantage on your check. And as the guide, your base DC is 15.
23.
Beautiful. Also a 23. You'd stare down the crew, intimidate the hell out of them, make sure that they do all the work. In fact, you make sure they do double the work. Shifts are flying through the water as the crew is rowing double time. The whole crew is just intensely on point, as they might be more scared of you than they are the actual captains and first mates of the Merchants Guild. Please mark inspiration as your crew staves off exhaustion during this journey. In the night, the crew kind of goes down into the bunks and sleeps. There's a skeleton crew that leads the ship through the water slowly at a much gentler pace, making sure to largely stay on track as it journeys. While it does so, I want to turn to the last of our group here, Talise McGlees. You are our lookout. Your job is a simple but important one. The lands beyond the mists are dangerous, no matter where you are. There are enemy monsters, factions, just enemies and dangers of all types that could take you and your party unawares. As night falls and the evening is here, we turn to you. Describe your efforts on this journey to spot dangers and keep your party from being surprised by them.
So Talise is a little out of her element in terms of like she's been a lookout a lot, but not like being a lookout on a boat is just way different than being a lookout like for your friends in the city that are stealing from that noble's house, right? So there's I think especially with how much good work Harold has put in, making sure the crew's not bothering her, I think she ends up just like bouncing around everywhere trying to figure out where's the right place. So she's like out like hanging off of a rope outside the boat. Maybe one time Marcus goes and looks for the spyglass when he comes down off of the crow's nest and it's just like gone. And then he finds it somewhere, a little bit later because I've taken it and used it to try to scout out and see what's out there. I think there's a lot of like nervous energy trying to be everywhere on the boat looking out.
Try to be everywhere, everything, all at once. Very nice. I will leave you the option. You may make a perception wisdom check. Or you may make an athletics strength check to sprint around the boat at full steam, trying your best to be everywhere, everything, all at once. A 14 is what you rolled. Excellent. As the scout, with advantage for sailing, or the lookout, I'm sorry, not the scout, your base DC was 12. That is a success. You are able to make sure that nothing is going to surprise you on this journey to your destination. You also get a roll on the good old discovery table. I've decided that I would like my players to start making a roll as well for this when they succeed. Go ahead and give me a 1d6, Coron. You're looking for a 1 or a 2 if you want a discovery. All right. You unfortunately do not find an additional discovery on your journey. The night passes fairly peacefully. Is there anything that the party is up to while they are sailing or on this boat that is worth zooming in on? Any scenes you would like to have? Or shall we move to our next day of boating here? Sounds like a next day of boating.
Yeah.
It is. You sleep through the night peacefully, and you know that by the end of the day, you will be making it to your destination, the Shimmer Harbor. The crew is rushing back and forth, but around midday, you get a strange shout from one Talise McGlees. During your running around, you have spotted something interesting. There is a small isle, very small isle, that is surrounded by large rocks. And on those rocks, you see a ship dashed against them, broken and shipwrecked, pieces of driftwood floating around. It seems to have been there for some time. It is not a recent shipwreck, but it does not appear ancient either. The boat is still, you can still see the insignia of the Imperium of Man etched upon it proudly as you stare at the thing through your eyeglass. What do you all make of this discovery by Talise?
An opportunity has been found.
Mm-hmm.
We must set sail at once.
Yeah, he knows what they could have left.
All right.
Doesn't look that old. It's not sure to have been looted already.
I'm no expert on seafaring. Is it safe If that ship's dashed, is it safe to get closer to it?
Probably not.
Listen, worst case scenario, there'll be some underwater monsters that will attack us, and fighting underwater is hard, but it's okay because my weapon, it lets me fight underwater real easy, so I think we'll be safe.
Okay.
Worst
we'll
case
push you
scenario is
into
our
the
ship
sea
gets
if
wrecked on this
something
island
comes
and we
out.
get.
I mean, if that happened, we can just pray for Dave, and Dave will come.
Mole seems unconvinced, but
All right.
I go to intimidate the captain, or I mean, talk to the captain and see if
You
will,
find the captain. This is Captain Will Rogers of the Gilded Wave. And
Rogers.
Yes, Captain Rogers. He has a plumed hat of smaller size than the Admiral of Rhymeview, and the full regalia of a captain in the Whitewater Merchants Guild, including the crested wave emblem on his breast. He is, busy on his charts, talking with a crew member, charting out the next stages of their destination. As you kind of enter the captain's rooms, they look up at you and say, "Ah, yes, the valued customer, Mr. Harold. What can we do for you?"
There be treasure on that islet that we must go and investigate or secure.
An islet.
We have need of your strongest rowboat.
They check the like maps, and they're like, "We don't have an islet here. Are we where we're supposed to be, Charlie?" Yeah, of course we are. Of course we are, Mr. Captain. I must see this islet. And he stomps his way on out. He looks, and sure enough, there is an island with rocks aplenty and a dashed ship upon them. He scratches his beard. He looks at his charts. He tries to look at the stars, realizes they're not out. He goes, "Well, a strong rowboat, you say? Judging by
Yes.
those rocks there, you made a wise choice. I doubt our ship could get anywhere near it. I would suggest approaching from the northeast there, by the island. I think what I see is a dock. And the rocks are more prevalent to the south of the island. If you approach from there, your rowboat should be able to make it, no problem. We will drop anchor here and let you investigate, adventurers. You are quite high-paying customers, after all. And honestly, I am intrigued by an island that shouldn't be here, but is. Drop anchors, you scurvy crew!" And they go about dropping anchors, dropping down a big rowboat and allowing you all to sail your way there. Are any of you familiar with rowboats or rowing in the ocean? Are you skilled in this in any way?
I've done it once before on a Great Street.
Me and Feliz have a history of rowboats now.
Okay. I believe you were unproficient then. Are you proficient now? Have you been practicing in your, room in that row form?
All about cardio. Hell yeah.
All right.
I'm actually somewhat of an expert when it comes to rowing boats. Last time I went on an adventure, we rowed boats. Flashback to Marcus Peters sitting in the boat doing almost nothing while everybody else rolled heavily.
All right, excellent. What I would just like from you is whoever is our lead of the rowboat to give us a sailing proficiency check here, just to see how effective you are at maneuvering around. This is going to be for the entirety of your kind of sailing adventure here, unless you do something dangerous or inconsistent. Who is the best sailor amongst you?
I don't know the skill.
Marcus says he's an expert.
Yeah.
Marcus does.
Yeah, I'm
say
an
he's
expert. I'm an expert.
Yeah, let Marcus take it.
So, Marcus, you are unproficient in sailing. Please give me a strength check minus your proficiency. It is a strength-based check, but no proficiency.
Okay, so strength-based check, no proficiency. So I believe I will roll a flat d20 then, if I'm understanding right, because I have strength 14.
Strength 14 should be a +2, right?
+2. Was
Yeah.
it? Was I minusing 2 or just not adding the?
You're just
Don't
not
add
adding
your
the proficiency.
Okay. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So D20 +2. That is a 10.
That is a 10. All right, you have a DC of 10 that you beat. Anything above that you attempt with your ship, your crew will be having troubles. You approach this island from the northeast, I assume, following the captain's advice. And you will see that it looks a lot like this. The isle itself is two small islets that we have seen described. There are plenty of rocks around them, strong, big rocks poking out of the water. You can see the images of rocks below the water as well as you approach. This is a dangerous place full of both shallow and very deep waters intermixed between. There is a single large tree upon the isle that you can see, and like what appears to be little broken pieces of bridge, some of them submerged in water, that go to a second isle. As you are now approaching, you can see a small lean-to and what appears to be the remnants of an old fire pit set up around it. There is also floating debris from the shipwreck that you can see. If we scroll our way down here for the stream so they can see it, the shipwreck is some few hundred feet away from the isle. And so it is represented down here in this little white isle and is not to scale to the rest of the map. But if you wish to go to the ship, crossing with just a small rowboat, it will cost you about 30 minutes of time and a unknown DC check on your sailing to get there. But there is definitely a large piece of boat that is dashed upon the rocks and still seems intact that you could go and investigate. So your party approaches, represented by this rowboat. That is a token that you should be able to move about. If you cannot, I will do it for you. Actually, I'll just edit it now. You can't interact with it. Let me. Controlled by all players. There we go. You should be able to interact with it now.
Yes.
Beautiful. So, as you approach this island, what do you do?
Well, so my understanding on that spyglass thing, I'd have it until the end of the boat trip, right? So do I still have the spyglass?
Ooh, give me a. Okay, hold on. Do you ask permission to take the spyglass with you, or do you just put it in your palm and step on the boat?
So I think Marcus's genuine understanding of the deal he made with the guy was until the end of our overall boating expedition. Like when we made landfall, I was going to give it back to him. That was my understanding. I don't know if that was that guy's understanding. I think Marcus, out of pure naiveness, would have like, if like the guy doesn't stop him, I think Marcus, out of pure naiveness, would think it would be acceptable to take it with him.
Okay. You know what I'll do then is instead of having you try to hide it, I'm just gonna have a DC 10 perception check for this guy to notice you taking it on the boat. Which he disastrously fails. He is busy doing something else. The captain has his attention. You have said spyglass.
I think there's probably a scene too when we're like out of shouting distance, right? When I got the spyglass back and I'm looking back at the boat and I see him on the edge and he sees me with it.
And he just is like apoplectic, like Betsy.
All right, so with the spyglass, Greg,
Yes.
I'm going to try and like get a bird's eye view of this area over here, and then I'm also going to try and peep at this over here, the wreckage over there.
Okay, yeah. So as you peek at the far islet that you pinged there with the lean-to, you will see the desiccated corpse of what must be a sailor underneath the lean-to. The corpse is dried out and wrinkled, and it does have clothes. You spy on it the insignia of the Imperium of Man, as well as like some sailing boots and a small like water skin that is deflated. As well as some like small supplies. Maybe you find like the husks of some like old coconuts, or some like shells of bugs. As you look beyond that in your spyglass, give me a perception check here,
Yeah.
and I will give you advantage for your spyglass.
Okay. That is
All
a
right.
12.
As you approach, you will see that there are soft footprints in the sand of the beach in and around the lean-to. They are difficult to make out from the spyglass itself, but they are definitely there. In addition to the man or the desiccated corpse and his supplies underneath the lean-to. As you look at the shipwreck itself, you will see that it is like the fore half of the ship, like dashed up on the rocks. It is splintered and broken, but there does seem to be a intact portion of the ship that is like now leaning kind of up, that you could enter in from the waters themselves. As you look inside, it seems to be a ready room that is half submerged, half lying open, broken and strewn instruments that like are thrown and strewn about, and a door leading from the ready room to presumably someone's quarters, perhaps the captain's of the old ship.
About how far away is the boat from the island? Like, it says not to scale, but in terms of actual distance, how
If you
far?
cross the white line, it'll take 30 minutes of rowing.
Okay.
So the dead body on the island, the desiccated dead body, had the
Yes.
Imperium of Man symbol on them. Was
Yes.
there any type of symbology on the wrecked boat?
Oh yes, the wrecked boat has an emblazoned symbol of the Imperium on it as well.
So I think Marcus will look to the rest of the party and he'll hold out the spyglass, offering them to use it as well. Now, if you guys want to look, just be careful with this because it's not mine. But I was just renting it for the trip. But it looks like the boat is from the Imperium of Man, and there's a dead body on the island with the Imperium logo too. And the body looks desiccated, really old. But while the body looks really old, it looks like there's footprints on the island. So maybe there's someone not desiccated and dead on the island. And it looks like part of the boat is partially intact.
Mole will take a look through the spyglass. Glancing through the island ship, he'll say, well, I think the best thing to do is get onto the island and examine it proper. Can maybe identify them footprints. The ship, I don't know about that. It's quite the row and looks a bit treacherous. Let's figure out what's on the island first and see if we want to actually go to the ship itself. But I don't think it'd be too wise to head straight there.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. But we should definitely, I think, go to the boat. It might be dangerous, but you gotta risk it for the biscuit.
The boy
I'm
has
fine
a
with
point.
risking it. I'm just not good on Let me put it this way. I don't trust the sea.
Do dwarves float? Can we ride you out there like Dave?
Of course we float.
Well, that might be an option. But let's go check the island.
We row to the island.
You row to the island. You set foot on the second island. It is sandy, much like the second islet. You can see what remains of like a broken dock here, close by to where you are sailing in from. There is a large coconut tree that is in the middle of the island itself. The sand here is untouched by any traffic that you can see, and it has some small stones on it, as well as a rickety-looking broken bridge, half submerged to the next island. Oh, you sailed to the other island, to the first one. You step onto the Yeah. I missed that. You instead bypass that first description and go straight into the isle with the small camp on it. The isle itself has kind of a rocky outcropping of almost like coral or stone before you can pull your boat up onto the sand itself. Here you can immediately see that there are footprints crisscrossing the sand, almost like to the edge of each part of the water's edge and back. They appear to be non-human, although they do have the vague shape of a humanoid foot. There is something about the prints that you know to be not human. The actual lean-to itself is made out of a canvas that you quickly realize is a sailing ship's sail. The big weathered canvas itself trimmed down and like staked in with pieces of driftwood. That underneath lies the husks of some old coconuts, some small supplies, and this desiccated corpse.
Like something is living here.
Well, the first thing Mole does is get out of the boat quickly because he doesn't like being on boats. And he drops to all fours and puts his sort of ear to the sand and goes over to one of these footprints and just leans over and just sort of like drags his tongue along the print, gives it a sniff. And he's gonna try and sort of look around this area and try and identify something about these prints. Maybe there might be something else like either hair or a scale or something else. But he's gonna look at these prints and do the prints actually? If he they'll probably be washed off, but he's trying to see if the prints actually just like go into the water. Like it seems as if they're walking into it as opposed to like, going to the edge of the water and back. You would probably see like more indents near the water's edge if someone's just standing there and then turning, but he's trying to see if like based on the stride, they're actually going into the water as well.
Absolutely. You get down and you start searching for these prints. You give them a good lick, and they are salty like the ocean. It seems that ocean water is at least evident in the part of the footprint that you lick. You examine their gait and look around at them, and sure enough, you do see them walking as you would expect into the water.
Oh yeah, so Mole takes some time to this. He stands up and says, well, whatever made these tracks is something that lives around here, but it lives under the water, some sort of aquatic creature. As you can see, they're walking in and out, so they probably came up and, took care of this, and found anything of value. We might be able to find other stuff if it's hidden, but it looks like there's some sort of aquatic creature, humanoid creatures that frequent this place.
All right, it couldn't hurt to give a quick look around to this camp, though, right?
Keep your eyes on the water.
Yep.
Will do.
I go and explore the camp. I want to check out this dead body, more so than anything else.
All right, you go check out the dead body. The desiccated body is a like Imperium soldier. It is dried out and weathered. You can see like as if you had taken a piece of fruit and like dried it out in the sun, right? Like turned an apricot into one of those like dried sweets that are so tasty. All right. Let me turn off this jukebox. It's apparently too loud.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. The body itself is desiccated, dried out in the sun like a piece of fruit or something that has been intentionally dried. There you can see the chapped and cracked pieces of lips and skin. It is still wearing its sailing uniform, though it is stained and yellowed as if by like sweat and by age. They have, everything you'd expect, including like the sailing boots and trousers and the kind of, you can see the layers have been taken off of their traditional sailing uniform. They just have the like simple yellow tunic. Amongst the supplies, you will see a small hat, as if it has been like cut and the brim folded down so that the sun, it's like the sun stays off of them.
Yeah. Is this guy resting in a way where someone like positioned him to be like at a state of rest, or is he like splayed out and like that?
More
Just sort
splayed
of-
out.
Okay.
He looks. You examine his position more. It looks like he's been rolled over and is now splayed out.
As in like to the side?
Yeah,
or-
like the sand, like he's like kind of been like rolled. You can see where his like the body has like caused an indentation in the sand, and there's like a drag mark as you have looked at his position,
Okay.
as if the body itself has been rolled over.
Someone went through this guy's pockets already, it seems.
Probably those creatures that live here. There's still that insignia, though. We could bring it back and mention this. They probably have some records of this in the past or something.
Yeah, he's a
Alright.
soldier, right? Is there like
Specifically, a
dog
sailor.
a sailor? Okay.
Yeah, so the Imperium soldiers might have a navy, but this is a sailor. This is not
Uh,
a true soldier.
okay. Unfortunate. Then he probably doesn't have like any identification. on
No,
him,
he
except
doesn't
that-
have the like equivalent of a dog tag. No.
We could play dead. Just play dead on the island, and whatever looted him, let it come loot us, and then whenever it comes to loot us, we're like, kill it.
No. Okay, well, you guys want to go check out that boat? Is there anything within this tent or lean-to that I missed?
He's the body still dressed, like rolled over. There's the supplies, his hat, his stuff. There's the bridge to the other aisle. Footprints. I think you found everything I have prepped. Well, you've at least seen all the things that I've noted down to see.
I pat him down if there's anything worth taking.
Okay.
But if nothing, then
As you pat him down, you eventually will roll him over. The first thing you notice is that he has been stabbed in the chest. The blood is soaked into the sand in front of him, which you did not see as he was initially rolled over. This corpse seems to have dried out after having been killed by a stab wound. You continue to pat him down. Give me an investigation check as you do so. Your DC is going to be 12.
okay. Help me. Someone help me right now. Boom. That's a 9.
That is a 9. You don't find anything else of interest on the body as you pat them down.
This guy's got nothing.
Let's check out the other island quickly.
Go
Alright.
lick the sand licker. I will watch from here.
So you're going to go to the other island. You cross the rickety bridge. It is partially submerged, but you find steady enough footing, and you make your way over. As previously described, this has little in the way of rocks around the outside as compared to the other isle. There are no footprints on this island. Yours are the first to tread across it. The sand itself is soft and fine, and there is but a single large coconut tree in the center of the isle.
The first thing Mole's going to do is sort of look around, and he's going to look for places where this sand has been sort of disturbed. You say that there's no footprints, but maybe this person walked over there and it was alone and it was washed over, and maybe there's something hidden or buried. He thinks sailors are weird. They bury stuff all the time, obviously.
Uh-huh.
And so he's going to be looking, especially around like the roots of this tree. And he's used to, he's a burrower. He knows the signs of what it looks like when something's been dug up.
You are a burrower. That is like a big part of your background. you begin investigating. Tell me, what are the signs of something buried or something that needs to be or disturbed in the ground? Like, what is it that you might see?
So a island like this, right, in the area, there would be sort of like a very natural flow, especially with the waves sort of like lapping on it, a very natural flow and rise to where the sand is. So places where something has been dug, it'll sort of like displace the sand, but then they'll like put it over, which means there'll be sort of like uneven areas, and maybe sort of like a slight discoloration of sand. Maybe in particular, like if there's a bunch of rocks and shells in the sand, right, when you like dig them and like move them back, if someone's just putting sand back, they'll like mostly just have the sand. So if there's like an absence of like random stuff being sort of like strewn about. Another one is if there's like leaves or signs from the tree that have sort of like fallen down, but there's an area where they're sort of like missing. You know what I mean, right? Like let's say hypothetically there's
So you don't find any leaves missing. They all seem correct. However, as you do your check the sand test, you do find a patch of sand that is very fine and smooth and without these shells or larger grains or rocks or whatever else may be beneath it. The top layer seems to be more natural, but you, of course, scooped in a little further. And in this place, underneath that top layer of like coconut leaves and debris, there's a nice, fine, smooth sand free of any of that type of stuff. You think
Mole calls over his shoulder, I think something's buried here.
I bust out my shovel.
You have a shovel. Brilliant! You begin to dig right where Moles pointed it out. You shovel and shovel the dirt, and soon enough, you have dug a 5-foot hole. And buried underneath is a small wooden chest. The wooden chest is banded with copper that has long since corroded into a green kind of paste around the wood itself. And it is a like lock, but has been snapped open by time and age. Like you easily pry the wood chest open once you uncover it. Inside, you will find 154 gold pieces. Amongst the gold pieces, as you are digging them out, you will find a bottle of what appears to be some kind of spirit. It is a cloudy brown bottle with like clearly what happens to be some kind of personal wrapping around it. There's no branding here. This is somebody's bootleg spirit. As you uncover or as you dig it out from the rest of the gold, it has been buried like treasure.
I sniff it, realize it's not milk, and hand it to someone else.
Mole takes it and sniffs it. Mole has a brewing proficiency.
Ooh.
So he is familiar with spirits, etc. So he's gonna try and sniff, maybe like just like a little bit, and sort of try and identify what type of alcohol this is.
I would love you to make me a brewing supplies check with, I believe, intelligence for this.
That's unfortunate.
Quickly argue for wisdom.
He said intelligence. I'm gonna do intelligence. I believe in the dice. I do not.
This liquor is old, and it is clearly home brewed. What you will know is that it is high proof, and it is spiced. This is clearly a spiced liquor. But what it is, your nose or your knowledge specifically may betray you.
We can probably have one of the sailors or something take a look at this. But it was buried with the treasure, so it's clearly, well, maybe not valuable. Maybe it was just his last drink that he wanted to have before he died. But may as well take it with us as well.
All right.
Boat time, right?
Boat.
All right.
Boat time, boat time.
What path do you take to the boat?
Probably this route.
Okay, perfect. You begin sailing around the isles. It takes about 30 minutes of time as you are sailing through what rockier and more difficult swells and the waves of the oceans. As you guys make it through this part of the sail, it is Marcus who is kind of leading, telling you how expertly he is a sailor here. And the swells surprise you. They pick you up and they start banging you around, and you are trying desperately to stay off the rocks, but you are not the sailor you thought you were. Something is lost here. You have a choice. Does someone go overboard? Does an item go overboard and lost? Or do you take damage against the rocks, Marcus?
I'll take damage against the rocks.
All right. You are smashed against the rocks. Please take for me 1 wound as you are smashed against the rocks violently by the ocean. I don't know if you are familiar with our wound mechanic or not.
I am not.
All right, perfect. So, in the mists, you may take a wound during the travel phase. Wounds are described thusly: they are equal to 1 of your class's base hit dice. You may either roll the dice with no Constitution bonus, or take the average of said dice, and you will reduce your maximum HP by that amount. You cannot have fewer than 1 max HP. Until the party rests for an entire night in a safe and secure location. This usually means after the travel phase ends.
Okay. So basically, I roll like a hit dice of damage.
Basically, it's from your max HP, but not your current.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take I'll roll it.
Okay. That is a 6. Please reduce your max HP by 6 as you are dashed against the rocks as you sailed through here. However, your party makes it through, and you are you approach a large shipwreck. The Imperial ocean-faring ship is smashed off these rocks just off the isle. You can see inside a half submerged and half upright what appears to be a ready room with a door leading in farther to the outside. This ready room is full of broken and strewn instruments and furniture, some of which are floating in the water and cannot be salvaged, some stuck against the wall or having slid partway down the angled floor, but still staying out of the water itself. The wood looks waterlogged, but not rotten. It does appear at a simple glance that it would hold your weight.
So this looks like way newer than that chest we pulled up, then, is what you're saying.
It does indeed.
Interesting.
Okay. I will be the first to lead the party.
Okay.
I'm the tallest. That makes me the one who has to initiate.
You step out cautiously onto the sloping ready room floor. The wood screeches a little bit under your weight, having tasted it for the first time. But it holds, and you manage to step steadily forward into the ready room itself.
Does anyone follow me? Am I on my own here?
Yeah, we follow.
Okay. Assumedly, we secured the boat before it just goes with the ocean and we're trapped here forever.
Absolutely, we will pull it in a bit as well.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
You pull the boat in, lodge it against the corner of this ready room, and it seems secure. Without a great change in the water, it will stay where it is.
This looks like a good position for a lookout right here. It's got a nice single opening. I can sort of look out at the sea. Talise is just sort of watching to make sure nothing comes behind us.
Okay, perfect. What is your passive? I guess you're actively looking. Roll me an active perception check, and I'll make note of it.
Yes, I would like to. Oh, there we go.
Perfect. What are the rest of you doing while Talise is watching out in the ocean?
I'm just start
Uh,
examining.
Yeah, we are going to be investigating the remains of this ship, trying to
Mhm.
get to the captain's quarters, I believe.
So they're up sloping away from you. There is a door leading further in. When you say investigating, you're just going right to that door, or are you? What are you doing to investigate?
Uh, Clambering up slightly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Harold would probably just barge right in without thinking of any consequences at all to his actions.
Okay. You
But
clamber up the sloping floor, slipping ever so slightly on wet wood as you go, but it holds your weight and you manage to make it through. No problem. The door is intact, and you go to turn it, and you find that it is still locked. There seems to be some kind of simple key lock right above the handle of the door. As you are this close to it, you can see that the door itself has an insignia that you would recognize just by being members of the Imperium. This is a captain of the Imperium right here, a captain of this ship, captain of their sailing forces. You have found the captain's quarters, but it is locked.
When we were
uh,
when we were examining the boat from a distance, the captain's quarters area is like there's no openings in the side of the ship that would lead to that, right? Like it's just this
Correct.
part is intact. Okay, just make sure.
Correct.
Why don't we just cut the door down?
because why be a brute when you could be a dainty? Miss Rogue, we have need of your services.
All right, one of you go look out at the sea while I do this.
I'll go check. I'll go watch.
All right. Mole takes up your place at the lookout spot, observing the sea, making sure nothing sneaks up on you. What do you do to
Yeah, I
Lee's?
pull out a particular set of tools.
Please make me a thieves' tools check with dexterity. Your DC will be 14.
I don't know what you're talking about, these tools. These are my locksmith's tools. Yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Your locksmith's tools take some time before you realize it, but this is a complex lock, and you can't seem to get it to hit. You're close, you can feel it, but you just can't quite get it to open after some time of working with it.
The Imperium must really liked this captain, gave him a good lock.
Uh-oh. All right, Plan B. Marcus, take it away.
Marcus, with his shipwrecker anchor, will come over, wielding the anchor, and will begin bashing the door with it.
All right. Please make me a strength athletics check. And this is the anchor itself, correct?
Yes.
I believe that it will give you advantage due to its massive heavy weight. As you swing
Also,
this, it's yep.
To specify, to just remind it is a +1 weapon. Also crits 19 through 20.
Yes.
So we're going to crit this door.
Oh, beautiful. Please give me. You want to attack it? Give me an attack roll. That's fine.
Yeah. We're attacking this sucker.
All right.
Did it roll? There we go.
I don't see it yet. A 20. Beautiful. Go ahead and give me your damage to the door. 11. You slam this down. You destroy the door. It splinters into waterlogged pieces and reveals in front of you. Just after your swing, you look up and it reveals to you what remains of the captain's quarters. Here, the door is no longer intact, and inside you find fine broken furniture strewn about, tables, chairs, a bedding, just broken and floshed about the room. There are waterlogged charts and books that are scattered across the ground of this room, piled up in corners, most of them soaked through. And notably, you will find a dented steel lockbox that is like lodged against a wall and a piece of like broken bedding on the other side of the room from you.
Is this lockbox easily transportable?
Yes, it is about the size of maybe like a small instrument, like a bardic instrument, rather than the instruments that you saw in the ready room, which were like sextants and things for sailing. This one maybe like the size of like a trombone case. Or no, not a trombone, like a trumpet case.
Okay. I say we just take this and unlock it when we get back to the ship, rather than do it here.
Okay. You pick up a dented steel lockbox. It is not that heavy. It feels pretty light.
Okay. I do the jingle jingle.
There's something inside. You get a small thunk.
Sounds good. No clear extra weapons. The charts are all waterlogged, so I'm going to assume they're beyond.
Do you want to investigate the charts at all?
Yeah, I want to investigate the charts.
All right. You give me an investigation check here. You want as high as you possibly can as you go through these.
How about a 3?
Anybody want to assist you?
I can't.
Rogue.
I'm watching.
No, I took back my spot watching. You can be there.
Oh, okay, if you went back, then...
lick these maps. Tell me what they are.
Mole also attempts to look at these maps, sort of like turns them here and there, tries and compares them to the charts that he knows. He's not very good with...
With an assist
stuff.
from Mole, you roll an 18, which actually is a partial success. You aren't able to salvage very much from here, but you will find one set of charts that are not waterlogged or damaged enough that you can't use them. These charts are specifically, it seems, of the bay and the surrounding coastlines of the shore. While you are using these charts, you may roll any, let's see. While you have these charts, you may roll any sailing proficiency check, or any any one travel roll that you make at advantage before they are consumed. Go ahead, as you look at these charts, roll me a D6, John.
Yeah. 3.
You have 3 uses of these charts. So you basically have 3 charts that you can salvage and are usable.
Okay. I have denoted all of that within my additional features and traits of my sheet.
Perfect. So, captain's quarters are open. They have been investigated. You are in possession of a lockbox. What do you do?
The time to head back, I'd say this was pretty profitable.
Yeah.
All right.
No ghosts, no monsters. Whew.
You take your rowboat back to the ship. You learned your previous lesson from the rocks, Marcus, and you take your wound to heart, managing to make your way through the second time. You sail back around the way you came and leave the small islets behind, a bit richer and a bit heavier in the pocket. Once you arrive back to the ship, the rowboat is pulled up. You're allowed to step off. There is a very annoyed, portly man with a scar just staring at you, but he makes no move to say anything because he sees the flash of the copper spyglass, and knows that Betsy is safe. The rest of you, what do you do when you return back to the ship? Is it time to just set sail once more? The captain obviously will ask you about what was there and get the lowdown, but
Yeah.
beyond just telling the captain what you found, what else might you want to do, or is it time to return to your travel phase?
It's a shiny lockbox.
I pass
Ooh.
off the lockbox and will go and explain the situation to the captain.
Okay. Perfect. You go to look at the lockbox. The lock is rusted through and has long since passed. You easily open the lockbox without need of tools or special assistance. Inside of the lockbox, you will find I would say small, but it's actually rather large, maybe like the size of a trumpet horn, that is meant to be played, put to your lips, and blown. The horn itself is made of ivory, and it has been carved to be in the image of entwining tentacles wrapping counterclockwise around what would be this large horn to blow into.
Hey, Harold, check this out. And I blow into the horn.
All right. You blow into the horn. A deep, resonant thrum echoes across the waters. The waves themselves almost seem to like shudder a bit as the sound of this plays out. Who was closest to you when you played this?
I mean, probably Harold. He's the one that handed me the box to begin with.
Okay. Harold.
You just sneak up behind me. Hey, check this out!
Harold, make me a DC 8 Constitution saving throw.
Boom, I'm good at those.
You feel the waves like ripping into your body, like boom, 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 but otherwise are
Nice.
unharmed.
Base was just dropped, boys. I slap it out of Talise's hands. Look at the captain. Was he affected at all by it?
Was the captain affected?
Yeah.
Was he right next to you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, sure. Let's roll. Constitution saving throw for Captain. Random sailor gonna have. You know what? Sailors are hardy folks. I'm gonna give him +2.
You know, this Roger, he was jolly before we got here.
Unjolly Roger.
That is a 13. He also succeeds. He feels it. He's like, whoa. That is a strange thing you got there.
That was scary. I was scared, frightened, surprised.
Mm.
Why would you do this to Lise? I thought we were friends.
I mean, you did lock me in a room for like 3 months.
I cry. I did it for your own good.
Because you didn't want me to sell my knives.
It's true. You would have vendored them for half the price. I hand the horn to Mole, the most trustworthy of our companions.
Mole licks it. Bites down on it.
Mole,
He says
have
it's
you
made of
ever
ivory.
tasted squid or octopus or something along those lines?
Probably at some point, some like small, because we are on a coast, right? So he's
Yep.
probably been along the coast. So he's definitely.
That is the distinct taste that you get. The ivory itself like tastes of like squid.
He sort of like licks his lips and goes, tastes like octopus.
Disgusting. I hand him the case so that he can put it up if he wants. Or, whatever Mole wants to do with it.
Okay.
He'll hold on to it, I suppose, for now.
Okay.
I check out to see.
The sea seems
there a crack?
calm now for the time being. As you look, The waters are back to their regular scheduled waves. They lap up against your ship. It seems fine for now.
Raise anchor! Ahoy, mateys! Let's get on with this journey.
Hey, that's my job. But yes,
I'm
do what the value customer says. You lift up the anchors and begin sailing once more through the ocean. You sail for another hour, making your way towards the coast when the ship suddenly lurches. It begins to drag and pull to the left. I believe the starboard side. I don't know sailing terms. It begins to drag and pull to the left. The captain cries, the wheels turn, the oars drag. It continues to lull that direction, almost at an angle. Eventually, the captain begins to turn into it. You look out the outside of your boat, and you see a large vortex coming together. Like almost typhoon of swirling water, but in the ocean itself, and it is dragging you and your boat towards it. What do you do?
I shoot it.
You shoot the water. Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I don't
fire.
have anything else.
You fire your magics into the water. Roll to hit with disadvantage for me.
10.
That is a 10. You fire into the water. A huge gout of water comes out, and a tentacle begins to follow it out.
Ah,
As the four of you watch in horror, you can see the images of a beast in the waters coming for you and your boat. You see its head bumped and gnarled, large tentacles. It seems to be swirling up out of this typhoon in the ocean that it has caused. And it is heading right for your boat here. Much of the crew shouts, "Oh!" and begins to run down into the deck. Take cover! There are crew members that have weapons at the ready, and I want each of you to roll me initiative. I'm going to play the combat music again, chat. Please let me know if it is too loud again, and I will try to mess with it. Boom, 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 boom. Excellent. So, let us get our turn order out here. Boom, boom, boom. I have the four of you. Let us add Juvenile Kraken to the list. Let us add Sailors to the list. All right. It's playing twice.
it might be mute one of your caps.
Is that better, Apollo? All right. Our thing here is going to pop out. This is going to be a +0 to its roll. Fixed. Perfect. Thank you. The juvenile will go at 12. And the sailors will go at 14. All right. With the four of you watching this horror unleash itself from the depths, Harold, you who shot first, you get to act again. You are most prepared. What do you do?
All right. It's time to meme with Xanathar's guide to everything. Harold, the warlock, the dreaded, terrifying warlock, summons a 15-foot radial sphere of milky darkness around himself. and the boat.
Ooh. A
As I
15-foot
cast.
sphere of milky darkness.
First, I will be like, everyone get away from me! And then I will cast it.
Beautiful. Let's get you a sphere here so that we can see it. That is a level 2 spell, isn't it?
It is.
Boom. Let us...
I will center it on myself or in the way that is most convenient or inconvenient for whoever this guy is.
I'll drag it so you can snap it.
What?
If you alt drag it, you can have it off the grid, which would allow it to
I am
separate
not
itself.
able to interact with it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, perfect. Your sphere of inky darkness surrounds you. The sailors go, each of them loading crossbows, lobbing flaming arrows out into the ocean towards this creature, shouting their battle cries. We're just gonna roll 4d20. Each of these has a +1 to hit. That is a critical hit, a 19. Those are 1 hit and 1 critical. We are going to roll 3d6 plus 3d4. The juvenile kraken takes 21 points of damage as the flames strike down from the sky into its flesh, ripping, rending, and tearing at it. They shout their battle cry, "Ah! Eat lead!" And then they keep loading their crossbows. Talise, you are the next to act. What do you do?
Alright, so this thing's coming for us. I think I'm gonna get off one shot with my light crossbow at it as it's coming.
Okay. You fire your light crossbow. The thing takes the hit. Embedded in, like, right above its eye, you can see the gross pus of a like kraken running down the side of its face as it takes 12 more points of damage.
Probably only 10. I don't think I should have sneak attack.
Taking 10 more points of damage.
Alright, and then I will drop the crossbow, and I'm gonna pull out one of my magical daggers, and that's gonna be it for me.
All right, excellent. You pull out the magical daggers as the creature goes. It begins to sail, or like slide out of the forming whirlpool, making its way towards the edge of the boat, where it lifts up mighty tentacles, and they are going straight for Mole. Mole, the tentacles come slamming down at you. With 2 big attacks. They are going to be...
I thought you rolled a 2 for a second. I was like, thank God.
No. The first being a critical hit with a 32.
Oh,
The second also hit with a 29.
Goodbye.
The critical hit will be...
Hi, Mole. It was nice knowing you.
Didn't even get to act, unfortunately. We're getting to a wild shape.
Oh no!
Nothing.
I lost my plus to damage here. The first will be a plus 34 damage on the crit.
So that'll bring me down.
That'll bring you down. The second one will then strike the boat nearby you, having missed you. You are on the edge of death, slipping between conscious and unconscious. Marcus, you see your brave mole companion dropped to the deck, bleeding out. Actually, you don't. You're in darkness. You see nothing at all, but you hear the crashing of the tentacles slamming into the boat. You can feel it rock and shift underneath your feet. What do you do?
We are going to step out from the darkness.
Okay.
So we step out and we see Mole down.
Yes.
I am going to use my channel divinity as a life cleric to preserve life, and I believe that will allow me to give him 10 HP.
Beautiful.
So-
You grant him your divinity. You call upon your great deity. What does it look like when the gods answer your call and bestow Mole with life?
So Marcus wears some prayer beads. I think Marcus. So like this is the first time he's done this ability, right? I think Marcus is absolutely horrified. Okay. And he's probably like shaking in fear. He just kind of closes his eyes, grabs the prayer beads, and begins issuing a prayer. And I imagine like when he opens his eyes are like glowing, and healing energy kind of just radiates from his body over to kind of like drifts over to Mole and kind of surrounds his body with this healing energy.
Beautiful. That healing energy soaks up into Mole. Mole, you regain 10 hit points. Your eyes snap open. You see the tentacles like slamming into the like deck near you, just narrowly missing your head. Beautiful.
And,
it becomes your turn. What do you do?
I am going to.
Oh, it doesn't become
one
your
last
turn.
thing. Yeah, one last thing. I am going to use the rest of my movement to back into the darkness.
Oh, okay. You back into the milky darkness. Wonderful. With that, it becomes Mole's turn. What do you do?
So Mole sort of like he starts shouting, "I fucking hate shit!" Like trying to say ships, but then like he gets slammed by the tentacle, gets down, and then the healing emerges, and he emerges with a breath, and he just like finishes the sentence, "Ships." So talk to me about what I see like with the Kraken's body, etc., and all the tentacles around me. Like
The Kraken's
situation?
body is long and serpentine, almost like fish-like. It has 4 big kind of fins that it's using to powerfully like swim against the current. You can see it has many tentacles, some of which are like spiraling around in the water beneath the waves. You think it has something to do with this whirlpool that has formed. And it is using 2 of them as like bludgeons to like slam into you.
Do the tentacles remind me at all of the horn that we have?
Absolutely they do, yes.
Okay. Mole is going to. Oh, this is really funny, actually. So Mole, understanding that he's in trouble, he is going to sort of like pull himself up, waddling, facing this creature, and he's going to like look at it, and he's going to pull out the horn that we have, because he thinks he's terrified of this. He just remembers that, like in his mind, he like oh no, you know what happens? The tentacle hits him, and it like hits him on the mouth, and like that taste reminds him of when he licked the ivory earlier. He's like, huh, these are similar. So Mole is going to stand up and face this creature and blow the horn at its face.
Absolutely. You blow the horn. The horn rings out. Please, you're within 5 feet of him. Please make me a DC 8 Constitution save. That is a fail.
Oh, no.
Talese, you are now confused. On your turn, we will roll a D8 and see what you do. The Kraken itself, though, will save at a much higher DC. And it gets a +0 to this. And it fails. Mole, please roll for me 6d10 plus 10 damage. 57 damage. You see the skin of this thing begin to like rip and tear. The shredding power of this horn damages the Kraken. It cries out in its like squealy beak-like mouth. It is hurt and it is in pain.
Excellent. It would probably be too gamey to like throw the horn to someone else. So what Mole's going to do instead is, as a bonus action, he understands that he's in trouble here with this Kraken. He probably needs to take another hit. I could technically go ape and still use the horn. But I would probably that's fine. Yeah, he'll wild shape, and I know we didn't do is giant hyena fine? I know we don't do direwolf.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk about direwolf. Where have you seen a direwolf? When and how?
Yeah, I don't.
What is
That's what I'm saying. I don't do
Yeah.
direwolf. Is giant hyena fine? Those are like around the plains, right?
Giant hyena in the plains?
And the
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's get you
we'll
a
do
giant
giant
hyena. I think that your character is very specifically a wanderer, and you go to the plains. You can find yourself a giant hyena.
Yeah, so what happens is Mole sort of like blows this horn, and then it goes like, but as he's injured, he knows that he needs to survive the Kraken's onslaught, and so his body shifts and morphs, and it turns from like like the horn blowing to like a cackling, like a.
Nice. Beautiful. Harold, you hear the horn blow. You hear a strange cat-like cackling. You hear the ship being pounded. You see nothing.
I see everything.
You see everything. You have the devil's sight. You pierce this
Indeed.
milky blackness. What do you do?
I, with my darkness centered on me, will move to literally one square over to get the Lees within it.
Perfect.
Perfect. And then I will shoot this thing. Its skin was being peeled off by this resounding wave.
Yeah.
Do I see any sort of like clear spot in its face or head?
Oh, you
where I can-
absolutely do. You want to aim for
Right.
it?
I'm aiming for that.
Yeah. What are you aiming at it with?
I have my Milky Blast, which blended with my Milky Dark.
All right, your milky white Oreo blast coming out of your chocolate cookie darkness comes
Eric.
flashing out towards him. Give me an attack at -2 to hit that spot.
Okay. Since I am in darkness and it can't see it coming, this would be at advantage.
Please
normally.
roll at advantage.
I bonus action hex him first with. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just doing everything. I'm gonna slap him. Boom! 25.
That is a crit. You strike him true. Roll me critical hit damage with your hex. Everything's
Okay.
popping off. The devil magic is flowing, milky and white and Oreo black. 22 points of damage. You rock the creature. With that, you bloody it.
Okay.
The sailors go. They will roll 4d20. They have a 4, a 9, a 9, and an 8. All of them miss. They splash into the water.
Yeah.
Talise, it is your turn. What will you do?
Roll a d8. That's what I will
Yes,
do.
you will. Roll me that d8, please. A 1. On a 1, you are stunned. You make your turn by doing nothing. The echoing aria of the horn is too much. At the end of your turn, you regain your senses. You're no longer confused. Next turn, you can act. The Kraken goes. The Kraken, is going to pick up with its tentacles a piece of the boat that is broken and smashed, a large piece of driftwood, and it is going to fling it into the magical darkness. It is going to roll to hit at disadvantage against you.
Do it.
Beautiful. It is a plus 12 at disadvantage. It rolls a natural 1, a 13. The thing goes flying into the darkness, shattering around near you. It does not hit you. The other tentacle is going to come slamming down on the giant hyena. With a 28, that will hit. Please take for me 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'll just keep note of that because I don't have access to this sheet. I got
That
it.
is right.
I know.
Okay.
I know the stat block, so I got it. Don't worry.
Perfect. Thank you. Marcus, it is your turn. You're now outside of the darkness. There's this wall, this sphere of inky blackness between you and the rest of the creature and the boat. What do you do? You move forward. Beautiful. I think you're muted, by the way, Bradley.
Oh, my apologies. So I'm going to move over to there, and from there I am going to throw down a sacred flame.
Okay, beautiful. The sacred flame will require a dexterity save. Beautiful. The creature gets a +0. It will fail and take 7 more points of damage. Perfect.
Marcus is then going to use 5 remaining movement to step back into the darkness.
Okay, perfect. Mole, you are a giant hyena. What will you do?
Yeah, Mole knows that this horn is very effective against this thing. However, was near death, so he had to go hyena. I suppose he's just going to try and get its attention, and can I bite at some of the tentacles that are slashing about here? No.
I will give you disadvantage because it is thrashing about with them, but you're not like in melee.
If that's the case, then I think the hyena is just going to I'll take the dodge action mechanically,
Okay.
and the hyena is just gonna like yip and yap and sort of like snap and playfully like jump back and forth and like holler at this thing, and that'll be my turn.
Yeah. All right. At the end of your turn, you're jumping around trying to like holler at this thing. Your mind inside the hyena's body realizes it has been oddly focused on you, almost as if it is coming specifically at you yourself. Harold, it is your turn. What will you do?
I saw the last strike was super effective, and Harold loves consistency and is just going to try to pound that one spot over and over
All right,
again.
please do.
For a 19.
Do you have the -2 already in there?
It is not. So
It is not. It says a 17. Doesn't matter. It still hits. Go ahead and roll me damage. 12 more points of force damage. You bang into that one spot, and it does a full like rocking motion with its head, like tentacles bang at it, like as if it is wounded and does not like it.
My final action is to shout information out to Talise, who looks stunned to me, or at least is coming out of a stupor. And I will shout, "Take a step back! Use the hyena for cover!"
All right.
In my swirly, I'm in danger voice.
With that, the sailors will go. They attack. 7, a 12, a 17 will hit. They will do D6 plus D4 for 4 points of damage on the creature. Talise, you are still in the inky blackness, surrounded by darkness. You can smell and hear the hyena near you. The kraken is still banging around out in the ocean. What do you do?
All right, Greg, I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move.
Oh yeah?
I can do this thing where I can hide even when I'm just obscured by a creature. So if I were just to pop out of the darkness here, it'd probably know exactly where I am, right? So there would be nothing to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like skirt around hidden by my ally here and get over to the other side where it's not really expecting me to get a clean shot. So I want to hide, get to a new location, and shoot it where it doesn't know that I'm going to be coming from that location.
All right. I want you to give me a stealth dexterity check, and I want you to do so at advantage because you are coming out of the inky darkness that it cannot see through. A 27, beautiful. You hide. Where do you hide?
So I just want to get. So I'm in the darkness, and I'm popping out of the darkness behind the creature and getting around where it doesn't expect a shot to be coming from.
Absolutely. You do so. You pop out from behind the creature. It's a focus entirely upon the hyena, and you take a pot shot. With a 19, you hit for 8 points of damage. Beautiful. It is the Kraken's turn. The Kraken is going to pick up its tentacles and make 2 slam attacks down at the hyena.
Disadvantage dodging.
Yes, it has disadvantage.
It hits me on anything that's not a natural one, though, so.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it attacks at plus 12, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So I think a 30 will hit you.
Yep.
Please take from me 15 points of bludgeoning damage. And the second tentacle comes slamming down with a 24. Taking another 17 points of
perfect.
bludgeoning damage.
Alright. Giant Hyena is gone, and Mole takes 1 point of damage.
Oh, very nice. Okay. We will
That's what I was hoping for.
back Mole here. In your
He's a
spot.
Giant Hyena there, because I'm gonna...
Yeah, I'm just pulling it off of the stream's view. Brilliant. Marcus, it becomes your turn. What will you do?
I am going to step out of the darkness, and I am going to cast Shield of Faith onto Mole.
All right. Mole.
And then I step back into the darkness.
All right. You see a shimmering glow of magic, holy light between you and the creature. What do you do?
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yes, it is your turn.
Yes, Mole. So Mole sort of takes this, as this last tentacle strikes the hyena, it sort of forms back into Mole, and he's a little injured. He nods towards the lad, who disappears into the darkness, takes a step forward, stares right into this creature's eye, and blows the horn again.
Beautiful. No one was within 5 feet of you. The creature will make a save at +0. Let us roll ourselves a d20. It will fail. The creature feels the blast of the horn. Do you remember your damage?
60, 10 plus 10?
Yes, sir. Please roll it. For 41 points of damage. That is 63, 69, 73, 80, 102, 179, 189, 209, 219, 220. The creature is ripped to shreds and dies, sinking deep beneath the waves. There is a moment where the whirlpool begins to fade away. Your ship is under control for a moment, and you see the water begin to spin again, slowly. What do you do?
Shout out at the captain to get us fucking moving.
All right. You shout at the captain, "Move! Go!" The ship lurches, the oars hit triple time. Oof, 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 oof. The ship rushes away, and you are safe behind the waters, the shallower waters of Shimmer Shore, leaving the Kraken and its little spawn far behind. Well done. With that, we are coming up right about at 2 hours of playtime, and I think we have reached the perfect spot to take our first break. So I'm going to put up our break screen. We're going to do some bio, get some water, and we will see you all in about 5 or 10 minutes. Catch y'all in a bit. And welcome back, Internet, to Land Beyond the Mist. We are just returning from having slain and defeated a juvenile kraken summoned to this horn that the party carries. As you are coming down from this fight, wounds are being licked, and you see the rush of the sail has fleeing the coming of a second juvenile, like kind of floods out of your mind. You see a soft, shimmering water around the so-called Shimmer Harbor. The waves here are gentle and easily seen, and you can see a like golden shimmer from the coral below. Everything around you is warm and humid, and you can, even from this distance away, above the noises of the sail, can hear the cries of the hawking wares and the busy open air streets of the notorious Shimmer Harbor. The boat itself is going to dock some distance away from the harbor, as is customary. The waters here are very shallow in comparison to those of the rest of the bay. Coastal waters abound, and smaller ships, much like the rowboat that you used, but a little bigger, meant for carrying cargo, begin to be deployed and prepped as the vast cargo of Shimmer Harbor is sent to shore. You are eventually going to be loaded up not like cargo, but with the cargo on one of these ships, and they will transport you to the harbor side of the main isle. The Shimmer Harbor itself is kind of split down the middle by a channel. And on one side, there's the longer main chain of island, and then a smaller secondary island on the other side of the harbor. On each side, there are a like open air city of vendors and merchants and just people kind of living through this mercantile area. And it is known that with smaller, lighter vessels, you can sail between the two and even make purchases on your way through. As you arrive, everything is hot and damp. There is a mixture of both sweat and humidity. Everything around you is a jungle, and this huge populace is constantly in motion, doing something, selling something, making something. And there is a commotion and a heat of the people themselves as much as the jungle air that you now walk into. Now that you have arrived, what do you do?
I want to go schmooze with the local denizens.
Absolutely. You go schmoozing. What do you do when you schmooze?
In a very roundabout way. I'm essentially trying to pick up stories for madmen who need to be assassinated. Such as this Julianos character.
Begin asking
So
around.
rumors.
Yeah, I had a particular bent on this I wanted to take. We just found some very interesting item out at sea, and we've been told this guy's a scholar. So I want to ask about, for people who are learned who might know about items or things of that nature, and try to use that as like a bent to get in on who are the scholars, where would the scholars be hanging out.
I like that. That's a very clever solution. As you walk around schmoozing, you're going to find various people, some helpful, some less, many and almost all trying to sell you something or steal something from you. Eventually, you are going to find the right people to talk to, though. I like the bent that you are taking with that investigation, and the right people will eventually tell you that there is a strange scholar that came from up north. And he spent some time in the city, but quickly left to the far edge of the Isle, where there is some small shrine that no one is really certain to what it is for or when it's from. It's been here since anyone can remember, who maybe longer, who knows. It's not really important to them, but he is certain that there is something there and has spent, ever since leaving for it, the entirety of his time there. People know he's alive because people like you seek him out and come back eventually, spreading stories and telling about all of his weird teachings and things. but he never returns himself. He's posted up there for some time. It is, according to them, a longer trip as it goes on Shimmer Harbor, but not particularly one that adventurers like yourselves are unused to. Maybe a half day or a little bit longer out to the far eastern edge of the Isles.
How convenient. There's such a learned man on this island.
Very.
Convenience. Yes. Let's go speak with him.
Beep, boop.
Oh,
We
okay.
are not assassins. My companion.
You get much less pushback from that sentiment than you would expect in this place, right? Like, there are no eyes turned. Like, people hear you say, "We're not assassins," beep boop, but like they just shrug. They're like, "Ah, all right, we got some new assassins in town." You know, like there's not a lot of concern for the fact that new assassins have showed up here in Shimmer Harbor.
Wait, there's assassins? We should probably stop them.
Yeah, there's this guy out to the east that keeps hiring assassins. We got to stop him. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh my, we should definitely go deal with that.
All right. So, you begin heading off into the east immediately. You catch your land legs and you begin marching your way through hot and steamy jungle. The jungle here is thick and full of vegetation. It is humid and like lots of wildlife, buzzing of insects, birds, smaller and bigger animals. As you go, you'll see the footprints of large creatures, the things that you might not see on the rest of the mainland, almost like lizard-like and mammal, both, in good sizes and like breaking down broken pieces of jungle tree and smashed bits of large brushes. You make your way through, and it is hot and muggy and difficult going. Just your boots stick and sludge on things, and sometimes you have to crawl over some rocks to get where you're going. There's always a kind of ever-present buzz of flitting like mini sturges trying to drink your blood. As you go, what is this travel like for each of you? Like, this is definitely a new experience, I feel, for almost all of your characters. What is that like?
Mole's fascinated. He's probably ritual casting speak with animals at some point, just to sort of like have light communication to learn about the areas with the others, what kind of beasts there are, etc. So as we're walking, he's probably like occasionally doing a speak with animals here and there, talking to birds or like insects, just very faintly communicating with them, picking up rocks and starting to collect them that are like really interesting to him. At one point, you see him sort of like scoop up some mud and start putting it in like a pouch, like literally just like some mud, right? And like seemingly very interested in this.
Wonderful. Okay. Is there anything in particular that you want to ask the small animals that you're speaking to, or is it just kind of general talk?
It's general about the things. It's general about the animals here, because animals don't have like great communication, right? Like they understand predators, etc. So he's sort of gaining this nascent understanding of like water flow, what sort of predators there are, etc. As we get closer, maybe he'll try and get hints of like people having moved, like them, because people are sort of like very unique in this. So he'll try and get ideas of general sightings of people and whatnot, and also. I don't know, maybe strange plants, etc. So
I think that you'll find like a macaw that will speak to you at length of what you're kind of asking. It enjoys the company. It seems like it's a lonely macaw. And this large kind of feathered bird with colorful stripings of reds and blues and greens, like flies along from branch to branch, just going like. Yes, many people, new people, forest, jungle full of them. Plants, good. Plants are good. Avoid big predators. Big ones eat everyone, everything. Usually leave small people alone, but they don't care if you get in the way. Down the gullet you go.
Mole will say, "Oh, thank you for the information." And so as they're talking, he'll talk to him about sort of like other birds, and he'll say, I've never seen a creature quite with your beautiful plumage before. All the birds that we have up to the north are pretty drab and uncolorful."
Many thanks, many thanks. Not as beautiful as Partner. Partner was more beautiful.
He nods and shares his sympathies.
All right. The rest of you, anything in particular?
The milkman hates this place. He hates humidity and anywhere that is wet outside of the delicious milk that gives life meaning, you know?
Okay.
Not to go full Homelander, but it's gross. He's wearing armor, there's mud in his boots. He misses civilization and dry humidity like in Rustport.
Marcus will keep an eye on Mole, and as he does, he's basically trying to this is all new to Marcus, and he's keeping an eye on Mole, trying to glean insight on how to be better at adventuring, right? At one point when we come across like a big track of a big predator, Marcus will bend down and will lick the track, and then he'll look up to Mole and be like, "I got nothing. It don't taste like salt."
Takes a lot of time to learn, but you're on the right track. You got a bright future ahead of you.
Excellent.
And then Mole's gonna start explaining the difference between various tastes of mud.
Marcus will keep asking questions. It will, like when like an annoying little kid is asking you questions, and it's like, "What's that mean?" And then you'll explain it, and they're like, "Oh, okay, but what does that mean then?" So you'll get a lot of like 20 annoying questions.
All right. Is there anything you want to add about Talise, or should we move on?
No, I think just mostly just like more closer to Harold's reaction to the place. She's been in a lot of environments, so it's not necessarily the humidity, but all these annoying bugs. I think at some point, Mole is trying to talk to a bug, and I just like slap it out of the air.
Wonderful. All right. Well, as this new experience is underway, you're sludging through the difficult, humid swamps. The lookout of your group, Talise, annoyed and slapping bugs as you go. You stop the party short as you hear something to the southeast of you. You push your way through some of the jungle underbrush, and you can see, caught in some kind of rope trap amongst the jungle trees, on a kind of rocky outcropping nearby you, there are a number of what look to be lizard-like humanoids. Not lizard folk. These look more like kobolds to you. And they are dealing with, in the process of ensnaring some small, but small to you, but probably about the same size as the kobold, like large lizards with snapping teeth and fangs. And they are trying to like bind their mouths, and they seem to have some kind of shaman or spellcaster with items that they're trying to put on top of these creatures as they go. What do you do when you see this?
I will turn back to the milkman, and I will say, "Some kind of weird ritual thing going on over here? You want to go take a look?" I don't know what's going on.
I think it'd be better to move on.
Kobolds hanging out? I must have misheard something.
Yes, there are kobolds that he sees. They are trapping like small to large, depending on your height and your thoughts. Maybe the size of a very large dog, like lizards with snapping fangs.
I think they're just hunting, Talise. I don't think they're doing a magical dance or a tribal ritual. Was Mole trying to say something just now?
Yeah, he was just saying that probably best to leave him and just go to our task.
Probably true.
Okay.
Please agree.
Okay. You slide on by, stealthily walking past this group of kobolds as their shaman begins placing these like imbued leather items on the creatures. Eventually, you stealth on by. Not a moment of thought is spared for the four of you, and you leave behind these creatures. The day drags on for a while as it is beginning to be late in the evening. The four of you come to the edge of the aisle, and you can see a set of smaller aisles just off the edge that are connected by a little bridge. And on one of these aisles, a large temple is is seen constructed out of stone. It's clearly got some kind of symbology to it, twisted and unknown symbols worked into the stone, partially covered by jungle ferns and tropical items. And as you approach the bushes, or as you approach the bridges to make your way towards it, Talise, you will spot three figures crouched down low, two of them in dialogue with each other, wrapped in the clothes of banditry and sharp swords drawn. They appear to look something like this. What do you do?
Okay, so it looks like if we were to try to get over to them, we pretty much have to cross this bridge, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could swim to the other side, maybe, but the bridge is the only way over to that aisle by foot.
So we'd have to be very, very out in the open.
I can give us cover if we need it.
Your cover is very obvious.
What you think?
It is what I think.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes.
I'm glad we're in agreement. I think, for now, I'm going to try to sneak a little bit closer and see if I can get a little bit closer to the bridge.
Okay, you're gonna slink along while the two of them talk up here. Whispered and animated discussion. This one is crouching down beneath the bushes, well hidden, but not to your scout's eyes. And you see him keeping a sharp eye out, looking around. He seems to be the one on watch. As you sneak closer to the bridge, how do you avoid his detection?
Huh. So, is this? Can you describe like what kind of vegetation this is here? Like, is this
yes.
just low grasses, or
I think that
here?
Near this bridge, it is largely this like lighter green color. We're gonna call like low grasses. This is clearly a path that is found here near at the edge of the aisle. And the bridges themselves are maintained leading up to the shrine, or they were at one point and are maybe being slowly reclaimed. This is light vegetation, small grasses. These deeper greens, these are big, like jungle bushes full of like ferns and vines and anything else you might find in them.
How deep is the drop down into the water here?
The drop down into the water, we're going to call it 15 feet.
All right. So I'm going to see if I can find myself, if I can get behind the bushes and find myself somewhere where I can like get down on like little ledges, sort of leading down to the water and go along there, because he's probably going to have like a similar sort of thing here. He's sitting up. He's got these bushes in his way if he's trying to look that direction. So if I think if I keep low, he's not going to be able to really.
All right, so you're gonna like slink along like the edges of the cliffside here, so you can get closer to the other two and hear what they say. I like it. I like it. I think that you don't need to hide here. I think that you've set up a really good stealth. Like, he won't see you. I think what's gonna matter more is your ability to like crawl along the cliff side to get where you want to go. So what I would like from you is either an athletic strength or an acrobatics dexterity, either one, whichever is your preference, to make your way along that ledge. That is a 10. This is going to be a DC 10. I think you meet that. It's not a particularly difficult task, but it is one that requires some effort. And you will eventually be able to slink along to the other side of the bridge, just on the downside of the cliff. As you listen in, you can hear them talking in like a hushed and sharp tones. It's like, they're right over there. That has to be our guy. Yeah. Okay. But like, I'm telling you, it can't be this easy, right? He's just sitting out there. If we just run in and start killing anybody, like, that's not what the job is about. It's supposed to be a single target. Like, we have to talk to him. It's like, no, we just gotta go. Like, who cares? If it's not our target, we'll just dump him in the ocean. No one will know the difference. It's like, do you think the entire Guild of Thieves isn't watching this? They're gonna send in a professional whenever it's, time's up. They're probably already here. We gotta do this by the book. And it just keeps going on like that.
Okay, so talk to me about this bridge. Is there like a underpinning to the bridge that I could like?
I think this is more of a like just straight bridge across the top. I think it is meant for something to go underneath. You're talking about underpinning, like you want to crawl on the underside of the bridge type of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that that's possible, right? I think that that's a more difficult task than going across the cliffside here.
Yeah, it's probably in athletics.
Yeah, I want you to make me an athletics check to do it, but I think that there's enough stuff. Like, it's a bridge, it has to have supports of some kind. You could find something to crawl across underneath the bridge.
All right, I'm gonna give it a try.
All right, I do think this is an athletics check here to cross the bridge. I'm gonna call it DC 13.
Oof, gonna be tough.
Ooh. So I think what happens is you begin crawling across the bridge a little bit, and your like hand slips, or like you're not quite as strong as you think you are, and like your grip falls off, and you go splashing into the water underneath the bridge.
All right, time's up. I say it's time to go.
Okay, you have a companion. The sploosh happens. These three kind of stand up and start looking around. They start advancing forward a little bit as they can see like where the water has broken. You stand up, say it's time to go. What do you do?
I cast Armor of Agathis and run right in. YOLO charging.
All right, sounds like it is time for combat then. Everybody, roll me initiative.
There's that. Token selected. Initiative. Oof.
Let's get some combat music going. Boom! And let's get our wannabe assassins out. They are going to have +4 to their initiative. Assassins will go at 22. Beautiful. Let us add assassins. They are going at 22. We will go in descending order. We'll have Mole go ahead as he is a player character. All right. So Harold casts Armor of Agathis. He has the milky like tentacles surrounding him, getting ready to strike at whatever might strike him. He's approaching the bridge, and Mole, it is your turn. What do you do?
What I do is Mole takes a step forward, seeing these assassins sort of starting to advance. And he's going to reach into his pouch and pull out some sort of like some small little like vines that he's collected and sort of crush them and whisper a spell, and he's going to cast an entangle. Let me see the area of effect. I believe it's a 20.
I could pull you out an entanglement spell here. You should be able, if you aren't aware, I've got an add-on here with some spells below your character sheets. So Entangle should have, hopefully,
It's not there, but it's a 20-foot square, so I'll get the top two.
Okay.
I guess we'll do it like. Let me make it so you can see it. We'll probably make it like this, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Because we want people to be able to reach them. So yeah, we're gonna catch one of the guys in the edge and sort of funnel them like that. So the way this thing will probably look is like the roots from the nearby tree will come out and
Yeah. All right. You have the roots from the nearby tree going. And it is going to ensnare at them. They will make strength checks against the entangling, grasping roots. Their strength is 10, so they will get +0 to this. We're just going to roll 2d20. The roots are going to grab and ensnare the second one. Number 2 here is immediately ensnared by your roots. They grasp onto him. The other one like rips and slashes at them and breaks free of the immediate grasp.
and then Mole's gonna waddle over here, and as he moves, he will shapeshift into a giant hyena.
Okay, excellent. You shapeshift into a giant hyena once more. Perfect. Let's grab Mole here and just kind of move him out into the unknown. You are a giant hyena.
I can't control the token though. If you could, oh, there we go.
You should
Thank
be
you.
able to, I think.
I can click it, but I can't move it.
Okay. Let's. You are Mole, right? I can't get you in here. There you go. Can you control it
There
now?
you go. Thank you. Yes, I can.
Perfect. All right. Excellent. Perfect. The assassins will go. This one is held and restrained. He's gonna try to force his way out of the grasping things with the grasping vines with his turn, making a strength athletics check to get free. He is going to fail. This assassin here is gonna go 10 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet, 30 feet. He's gonna take out a light crossbow and point it directly at the hyena that's running towards them. Well, I guess Harold is right there as well. He is going to point it at still the hyena. He is going to make the attack at +6. With an 11, his bolt goes flying wide, whoosh, out into the jungles behind you. This third one is going to step up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to look down at the splashing water. As he does, Talise, tell me, when you hit the water, what's happened?
I mean, I'm just, I guess I've hit the water and I'm trying to swim back up, right? I'm trying to get back to the surface. I need to breathe.
Okay. So he sees Talise, like, trying to clamber up to the surface, swimming with all her might. And he's gonna point his light crossbow down, look up to the other two, and he chooses Harold. He's going to fire his crossbow at you. With a 15, will that strike you?
That is a miss.
That is a
17.
miss. Beautiful. Talise, it is your turn. You're fighting for breath here. What do you do?
I make my way back to the surface and I'm going to try to get myself a handhold over here against their little island out here.
All right. I will give you half of your movement in swim speed, since you are not a proficient swimmer. Do you have any heavy armor that would sink you here?
Just studded leather.
Just studded leather, perfect. So you swim, you're 5 feet over there, you look for a handhold, you can get some. Do you have a climb speed?
I do not have a climb.
So that would also be half your movement to climb. There is 15 foot of cliff there, as we decided previously.
All right, so I will. Okay, so that's 10 feet of movement, and then I will use my bonus action to cunning action dash.
Okay.
Which should be should allow me to get up here with a little bit to spare to get over to here.
Perfect. All right, you dash up the cliff, crawling as fast as you can. You get right into the bushes next to the thief with his light crossbow out. Marcus, it is your turn.
I still have my action to
You do,
pull out.
because you took a bonus action. Marcus, hold on.
I'm gonna pull out one of my daggers and attempt to stab this guy.
Please do. With a 10, you stab at him. He's more lithe and nimble than you think, kind of wiggling out of the way. Your serpent's fang cannot touch him. Now, all right, now Marcus, you can go. Quit jumping the gun.
So Marcus is going to step up to here. And he is going to drop a sacred flame.
Okay, beautiful. That is a save for them. They have dexterity save proficiency, so they are going to save at 6. They're gonna fail. They will take 2 points of damage from your sacred flame. Beautiful.
I will then drop back over into the bush.
Okay, perfect. Harold, it is your turn. What will you do?
Okay, I got a question. I know we didn't say it,
Uh-huh.
and I regret not asking, but did we have a short rest on the after the Kraken battle to
You
Shimmer
did not.
Harbor, or
You didn't take a short rest at any time, so no.
Okay, cool. And I am out of spell slots. I'm just checking stuff off. And I'm going to shoot the one that Talise is fighting.
All right.
15.
15 is going to miss. Your Eldritch Blast comes flying at him. He ducks and turns, and his armor glances the blow off away from him.
Okay. And since the wolf is, or not wolf, hyena is there. Yeah, I chill.
All right, Mole, it is your turn. What will you do?
The hyena scampers over,
Brilliant.
rushing and sort of getting between these. And since we've already tried to attack the one to the south, I suppose we'll try and finish that one off.
Okay.
The hyena will make a bite
Please do.
with a natural 1.
Oh no, the wood of the bridge is damp, and it like slips on your cat feet as you go to bite. You're like, and then just kind of like bite at his ankles, which he easily dodges.
That is my turn.
All right, the assassins will go. They throw down their light crossbows. They pull out their swords, and they will attack you. They have wicked scimitars, and they are going to slash at you with their multi-attack. The first attack from number 1 is a natural 20. He critically hits you, which is bad news because he also has his sneak attack dice, which he will be doubling. So,
Oh, shit.
he is going to do 2d6 plus 46 is 66 plus 4.
Dice are not kind to me today.
They are not kind to you today.
Like 3 natural ones got crit 3 times.
That is 23 points of damage from his first strike into the back of the hyena. His scimitar slashing deep into its hindquarters. He swings a second time with a 12. I don't think that hits giant.
That does hit giant hyena, yeah.
All right, perfect. He's already used his he has already used his sneak attack. So he only gets 10 points of damage to the hyena. The other bandit swivels to you, turning, seeing that he gets a chance to attack as well. Will critically hit you. Oh my goodness. Please take 23 more points of damage.
Giant hyena's gone.
Okay.
Mole there. Mole will take some damage.
Perfect. And then you're still up, which surprises him. Oh, it's a person! And he swings a second time at you. For a 25.
Jesus.
Please
okay.
take 9 more points of damage. Number 2 up there is still fighting with his bushes. Like, I'm gonna get free, damn it!
He might not be. 1 second.
Okay.
Nope. The entangle ends.
Oh, and he does get free. Whoosh. He is no longer
runs over.
entangled.
They're all going at the same time. Then, like as these guys attack, he would get free, I guess.
And highs or lows?
Me?
Okay, yeah, highs or lows.
If you're rolling highs, if I'm rolling lows,
I'm rolling.
highs.
17, that's a high. The spell vanishes at the end of his turn.
The generous
Talise,
god.
it is your turn. What will you do?
Well, I pull out my second dagger and use my bonus action to set them aflame,
Oh yeah, baby.
activating the bite of the flame serpent.
Yes.
And because I use my bonus action, I get the 1 attack this turn. Ooh, 15.
A 15 will miss. You slice out, and the armor and the turning body like deflect the hissing blade. Excellent.
That's my turn.
Marcus, it is your turn. What will you do?
Marcus will repeat the process of what he just did.
Okay.
He'll step over and drop a sacred flame,
Okay.
and then he will boom, pop back.
That is a 12. I think he fails his sex save. Yes, he will take 8 points of radiant damage from your flame. Ah! He burns, staring over at you, but knows that he has to fight where he is. Harold.
I'm a boring man. I shoot this guy who's being assaulted by a rogue unsuccessfully.
Okay.
I attack with a 23 that time.
That 23 will hit. Your Milky Blast hits him right in the face.
For 7
For
milk
7
damage.
milk damage. Oh, the milk element. Well-known damage element. Yeah. Double checking his hit points. All right, cool. Mole, it comes around to you. He's been milked.
Yep. We're gonna need to. So Mole's heavily injured again. We took a lot of damage, but we're gonna need to, I think, CC those two, and so he's gonna waddle over here, and I'm gonna drop another entangle on these two at the top again. We'll try and.
All right, beautiful. Let's get our draw tool out, wherever that is, right here. 20-foot square. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. Just like that.
Yeah, because there's no way we can get all three. So.
All right, perfect. The entangle, they must make some saves at +0.
Actually, wait. Am I measuring this correctly? With this, would I? If I'm to the south, I can actually get all three. Or
5, 10, 15, 20, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's not. Sorry, it's a 20-foot square. It's not. So like this is. It says 20 feet, but that's 5 squares, so it's actually 25. Like it wouldn't get all of them, right? Yeah. So just the top two.
Yeah, I think that's as far as it'll go.
Yeah.
Okay. They will make their saves. An 18 for the first guy, and a 5 for the. He's back in it. Oh god damn it! All right.
And we'll go back into giant hyena form and pray.
Giant hyena form is back. Oh, I should grab you real quick.
Yeah, I'll just move myself there, and that's my turn.
All right. Excellent. Assassins go. This assassin is like 10, 25. I made it. they turn to attack you. The giant hyena, this is clearly the biggest threat. The first slash from number 1 is a 20.
Hits.
He's gonna add his sneak attack damage. So please take for me 20 points of damage from the first attack. The second attack is a 20. Please take for me 7 points of damage from the second attack. And then number 3 is gonna do the same. With a 13, that the 12 hit, this will hit. He
yes,
will
that
add,
hit.
huh?
Yep, that hits.
He will add his sneak attack to this as well for a 17 points of damage. And then he attacks one more time with a 21. And
think
finally,
Giant
10 more points of damage.
Giant Hyena is gone again. We
All
took
right.
something like 100 damage. Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right. And then this guy up here is
I need to
entangled.
make my con save.
Please do.
I passed all of them. Okay.
Perfect. He will. No, he fails. He's still stuck in this damn little vine. Talise, what will you do?
All right. Oh man, these guys have beat up 2 giant hyenas already. They're pretty scary. I'm
Yeah,
going to.
he's at 8.
Okay.
I'm going to slash out at the more injured one here with my main hand attack.
All right. That's a 23. That'll hit.
And I'm going to choose not to use my sneak attack for this.
Okay. For 9 points of fire damage. It is 10, 17, 26. That will bloody him.
Oh, he's just bloodied. Oh boy.
Yes.
Okay, we've got the offhand attack. The other one.
That critically
And that's why we
hits.
saved the sneak attack.
Oh, that is why you saved the sneak attack. All right. Roll me some
Who knew?
big damage, baby. Woo!
Oh my God.
Look at that. 7 plus 8 is 15 plus 12 is 27. He dies. Your serpent flame snakes off the dagger and it like bites at his throat, ripping it out in a gout of blood and flame. He dies on the ground.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Marcus, it is your turn. What will you do?
All right. Mole, how are you looking on HP?
8.
8. Okay. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
I
Yeah,
used my
kill these
reaction
guys.
to tell you to sacred flame the guy who's restrained.
No, we should kill the one that's not restrained.
Well, I used my reaction to say that. Are you
yeah.
gonna use yours?
Okay, so I will step out over to here, and I will Sacred Flame the one in front of our party members.
Okay. Wonderful. Let me get that save for you. That is a 2. He fails. Give me some damage. 7 points of damage for number 1. Oh, burning bad.
And I will also move an additional 3 hexes.
Okay.
Again, crossing the bridge.
All right, perfect. Harold, it is your turn. What will you do?
I stop at the roots.
Mm-hmm.
Choose between the guy who is now damaged or the guy I have advantage to hit on. I'm gonna roll a 1d2 if you don't mind, Greg.
Please do.
I'm gonna shoot the guy at advantage.
All right.
I am not a team player right now. I miss regardless.
Oh, your bolt flies at him, and as he's jerking and trying to get out of the vines, he knocks your arrow aside. Oh, yes! Mole.
I cheer on him. Wow, that was pretty good effort, dude.
Mole, it's your turn. What do you do?
I think all Mole is gonna do is take the dodge action.
All right, perfect. It is Assassin's turn. This assassin realizes he doesn't have his friend next to him anymore, and he's really kind of stuck. He can't go anywhere without bad things happening to him. He needs to take down this caster before more bad things start happening. He is going to swing at you with disadvantage. He attacks with a 9, completely missing. He brings his blade back down again with an 11, completely missing. Stay still, little dwarf. It'll be over quickly. The assassin in the back is gonna get out of this.
No, fuck off.
He's gonna get out of this fight eventually. No, not today. Please.
All right, this guy looks like he needs the stabbings. So, for number 1 with the main hand, a 16.
16 hits.
All right, I'm gonna use my sneak attack. I'm not gonna gamble on another crit.
For 18 points of damage. That is enough to bloody him.
And with the offhand, another
16 hits.
with no sneak attack damage.
For 6 more points of damage. All right. Marcus, it's you once more.
All right. So, Greg.
Yes.
This hex right here, right? Am I able to jump from the bridge into that hex because I see some land there? So I'm basically trying to
He's
bypass.
gonna leap the bridge
This is just
to try to get
difficult
around.
terrain.
Yes.
Difficult terrain.
Yeah,
you
this
won't get
isn't 2E.
restrained.
It won't ensnare you. It'll just make you go like slower in it.
Okay, so it'd basically be double movement through it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you would go like this. and
But
that's
if you
like
want to make a
25.
leap over the bridge, I'm totally here for it because that's fun. I'll make you make an athletics strength check to leap across the bridge.
Yep, I'm doing that.
All right, sick.
And I am going to use my inspiration on this as well.
Please do. Yes. A 17. You
Okay.
take a step across the gap. Oh, you catch yourself and you get where you need to
Right.
go.
I'll get right here, and then I'm casting Cure Wounds.
Beautiful.
And it will also be +3 because of Life Cleric.
Okay.
So for a total of 10.
All right. Mole, you are touched by the hand of a divine cleric. Your life force expands in your chest. Your wounds knit. You are healthier and heartier than you were before.
He does the peekaboo stance, you know, and like bobs and weaves a little bit. He says, "Thanks for the help, lad."
Excellent. All right. Harold, it's up to you once more.
I like the guy who's struggling. I respect the struggle and the grind, so I'm instead gonna shoot the guy about to kill our dwarf.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hit him for a 20. I
That
believe.
20 hits, absolutely. 8 more points of damage. He is hurting bad, but he is still up. Mole, it is your turn. What do you do?
I take the dodge action because I don't want him getting a sneak attack dice if he does hit me.
Beautiful. Assassins go. He's wounded. He's hurting. He's looking around. He's like, this isn't going well. He is gonna make his morale check. He's like, if I could just take down this caster, it's all over. He's gonna swing at you one more time. Oh, with an 11! No! The wounds are getting to him. He hauls back his sword. Oh, with a
Disadvantage.
17. Disadvantage. I forgot. Let's roll a disadvantage. An 11 again. He can't do it. Talise. Oh, the guy in the back is struggling. I'm coming, brother. I'm coming. I'm free at last. Free at last. All right.
Hey!
Talise, it is your turn.
All right, I will give this guy the good old one too.
Please do.
Great.
26 hits. For 14, 16. Beautiful. 16 and 8 is 24, and 6 is 30, and 55. He dies. Blah.
All right.
Marcus, it is your turn. What do you do?
All right. Kai, what is your max HP?
I'm relatively close to max. I'm
Okay.
at 18 out of 22, so.
Okay. I will step over here and let me make sure I'm in range of dude. I am. We are sacred flaming him.
All right. He will succeed, taking no damage. Ha! You can't get me now that I'm free of those vines.
5,
Harold.
20, 30. Just
Beautiful.
enough movement.
And I can also drop the entangle, right? Like, I can just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to be a memer. I know Mr. Underground is in the chat, and I ask you, Mr. Underground, are you proud of me? As I cast Blade Ward and say, come at me, bro.
Ooh, very
Or go
nice.
kill the dwarf, I don't care, but, you know.
Bull, it is your turn. Do you drop the entangle?
The guy's still in it. It's actually not going to count my. Yeah, we dropped the entangle. Mostly
Okay.
because we need to do something cooler. You remember what Mole did a lot of in the first session, right? So now that we're on the offensive, he sort of takes one of the 3 pebbles from the ground and imbues them, and then he does his wind up and like runs and then does the cricket bowl, you know, with the English, and we'll cast magical stone on this guy.
Beautiful. The Sidewinder comes through. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit. An 18 will hit for 1 point of damage.
There's +4 because it has your modifier.
Plus 4, plus 5. Yes, 5 points of damage. Wonderful. The assassin's turn is now up. He's free of the entangle at last. He looks around though. His brothers are dead. There's this milky, armored man sigilling in front of him. He's been hit by a cricket and it hurt real bad. And he doesn't give a shit. He wants to hurt you instead. He swings his mighty blade at you. With a 24, he hits. He does not get sneak attack, sadly, but he will do unto you 7 points of damage.
Out to 3, he suffers 10 cold damage.
Yes, he
Ice,
does.
cold.
Ice cold milky spray comes up off of your tentacled armor. The foam hits him in the face. Ah! This angers him. No! I'm lactose intolerant! He swings at you again with a 16, but misses.
He misses.
Talise.
All right, we're gonna give him the icy hot treatment, and I'm gonna go for his legs.
Beautiful.
I come around behind him and swing at him with my weapon. 11's probably not going to do it.
Your flaming serpent head tries to bite at him, but he hears you, lifts up his leg. Doesn't get him.
The other
but
one
the
comes in
24
behind
with
it,
the
though.
offhand does. It snaps and grabs at his body. Go ahead and roll me damage for 10 more points of damage, enough to bloody him. Your flaming serpent comes away like crackling and boiling with blood in its mouth. All right.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Marcus, it is your turn. What will you do?
So I will. Marcus thinks about getting brave, right? But he decides, nah, we're not gonna get brave. We are going to cast another sacred flame.
All right. You cast a sacred flame. He is gonna try to dance out of the way, but fail and take 1 point of sacred holy light damage.
We effectively got 6 HP from that wound. So I'm trying to be extra diligent and being cautious. Sorry, guys.
Now, Harold, it is your turn.
I look at him. He knows what time it is. It's time for me to actually use this inspiration dice to flail him in the face.
Oh boy.
Here it comes, baby. For a
The
21.
hits.
For 5 damage.
5.
Stab me.
He is going to not stab you. That armor hurt. and he doesn't like
Please
it.
stab
Oh
me.
no, but it's Mole's turn. He turns, intent on stabbing Talise. Mole, what do you do?
Throw a rock.
He throws a magic stone, bludgeoning for 7 points of damage. That is 12, 13. That is not enough to bring him down. He's hurting. But he swings at Talise. With a 9, he fails to hit you. He comes back a second time with an 11. The man cannot find any success. Talise, what do you do?
Are you sure you don't want to give up?
Maybe I'm reconsidering at the moment.
Who sent you?
I ready an action to attack him if he
Okay.
makes any move other than
Perfect.
giving up.
Marcus, what do you do?
Wait, what's going on?
Talise
was
is
going on?
readying an action to see if he makes an attack.
Okay. I will ready an action to cast Sacred Flame, and if I see the Lee's action go off, my Sacred Flame will go off.
Okay. Harold.
I ready an action to dive in front of Talise in case he stabs.
Mole, it is your turn. What do you do?
Wait, what are they doing? They're trying to get him to surrender?
I think so,
Yeah.
yes.
Alright, Mole holds his rock and readies it.
All right. The assassin goes. The assassin definitely fails his initiative check. He is going to disengage as a bonus action and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Well,
30.
he did something other than surrender, right? Can my rated action go off?
Didn't you say he was going to attack? That was his...
I
that was
said
your
if he did
trigger?
anything other than surrender.
Okay, I
Is
misunderstood.
that specific enough?
I don't
If it's
think...
not, I'm fine with
I
it.
don't think it's
He's a
Here's what
disengaged action.
happens. I can find a middle ground. This guy starts running away. I think he's trying to get and like re-angle to stab Talise, so I dive in front of her. He takes off the other direction, and I get stabbed in the back by Talise. How about that?
I've got a roll to hit for you.
All right.
That
Take
misses, doesn't it?
advantage.
No, I refuse. Fuck you.
All right. You dive in the way of this attack. There's crazy shenanigans happening. This guy dashes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 more feet. He's hoofing it out of here. Talise, what do you do?
I sort of shrug and look to the rest. I guess he can
All right.
go.
All right, does anyone feel intent on hunting this guy down, or will you let him run
Oh
off?
no.
I'm gonna throw my rock.
Okay.
What? No.
Yeah, if these guys mess Mole up, he's pissed as
Hit
It's
him.
I'll
fine.
give a one rock throw as he runs, and we'll see.
You're
if
gonna
he
do
hits
one rock
slash
throw as
doesn't.
he runs. Anybody else intent on hunting him down, or just K?
If I see Mole throw a rock, I'm gonna shoot a crossbow.
All right. Mole. And
I'll just do one
Marcus,
last attack.
take the attacks.
Oh, yes.
You
my
crit him with the
God.
rock for 8 more points of damage. So 8, 15, 21. He's 4 points away from dead. The light crossbow will not hit him.
It sends a message. He can run.
It does send a message. With that, combat ends. The 4 of you are left alone on the second island. You hear a light chuckle come from your left. There is a little scholar sitting over here, looking at the carnage, all of you, and he just is chuckling slightly to himself.
Hey,
Hey.
are you Julianos?
Oh, you've heard of me too. Welcome. Quite
Yeah,
a
I have a
display.
horn.
You have a horn?
Yeah, and no, that's not a euphemism. I mean, we have a horn that attacks krakens or something.
Oh. Well, that is very interesting. Have you come for me to identify it?
Do you have the identify spell?
Oh, no, but I am a very learned man. I know many a thing.
I look at Talise or Mole, who has the horn.
Tell you what, we just messed with some guys that were here to apparently try and mess with you up. Let's take a breather first, then we can talk about the horn afterwards.
Oh,
I need
sure.
to sit down and rest.
Please do. My campsite is just over there. If you need to lie down, I have a single blanket. It is quite warm out here. I don't think you'll need to make use of much, but it does keep the bugs away.
It's fine. I just need some dirt. Mole's gonna go over here, and this is Mole saying we should short rest.
Absolutely. You may 100% take a short rest. It takes about 10 minutes to bind wounds, drink some water from your skins, eat some rations, or in your case, good berries. And you may roll any number of hit dice, up to 1/2 of your hit dice pool total, rounded up, to regain HP, as well as regain any spells or class features associated with a short rest in the player's handbook.
So
As you're short resting, this guy loses interest in you a little bit and turns back to this little small temple, or this larger temple, just kind of tall wise, but only about 20 or 30 feet or so across. And he is staring inside up at an altar with some like gauntlets on them, almost in like contemplation.
gauntlets, like gloves.
Yes, like gauntlets, like heavy armor.
So,
Yeah, I asked him, what's the deal with it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to learn. They seem to repel those that step on the stairs. It's very interesting. There's so much we don't know about this place, you know?
True. What do you mean repel?
Please, step on the stairs. It would be untoward to try to describe the sensation. You should feel it for yourself. I'm just gonna come stand back over here, so...
Okay. As he positions himself closer to my team that will annihilate him,
Yep.
I step upon the stairs to see what happens.
As you take a step on the stairs, the stair begins to glow. It emits a soft red light. First, as a warning, almost as your foot gets close to it. As you step on the stair, you need some minutes. He's already taken off. Good. We don't need to worry his doggo. Glad that he's taking care of that. As you step on the stair itself, the stone emits a pulse. As it does, please make me a Constitution saving throw, DC 12.
That's a 6.
You are thrown back 10 feet, sliding on your butt as you are repelled from the stairs of the place. Very interesting indeed, is it not?
Yeah. I want to do it again. I want to try to bum rush it just to see if I can get even further knocked back like a catapult.
Okay, rush the stairs. As you do, they begin to glow. You step on the first stair. Please make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw. You succeed. The stair tries to, but you keep going. You push forward. The second stair lights. You will need to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. You succeed. Woof, hit again. You step forward. The final stair lights. Make me a DC 16 Constitution saving throw. You are thrust back. You will take for me, please.
It worked. You bum rushed it and you got thrown further.
You
and
will
harder.
take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrust 30 feet from the outpost to the very edge of the island. Boom.
Oh, shit. Okay. I think I can do it, guys. I can do it. I need blessing from God. Help me. I have a mighty need now, guys.
What if you just didn't use the stairs?
Do you have an alternative?
Have you tried just taking the 3-step jump or climbing around above the stairs? I
Well,
turned
if you
to.
want to try it, go for it.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Julianos.
Well, there is a roof. though I'm not much of the climbing type. Feel free to go for it.
Pretty fun.
All right. I'm pretty small, right? So if this area is large enough for a person, tall person to walk up, I'm clearly going to have enough room to be able to like climb along the ceiling without touching the floor or along the walls. So I'm going to make an attempt at that.
All right, you're going to rush and jump up the stairs. You take a running leap, whoosh, jiving up across the stairs. Everything seems to be going swimmingly until the very last stair goes, and you feel a concussive blast hit you. Make me a DC 16 acrobatics dexterity check, or a dexterity saving throw. You are blasted back, thrown 30 feet to the very edge of the aisle. Please take for me 11 bludgeoning damage as you're
okay, ow, maybe now I need to rest. Ow, ow.
All right, well, you rest.
Well, it was quite enlightening. We've learned so much. Would you like to be my assistant?
Oh, yeah?
I think I know how to get it. I think I can get it. I think I know what to do.
Oh,
So, Mr. Julianos, you're saying you can't get up there to get the gauntlets?
Oh no, I don't believe so.
Oh, I think I can get up there. I look to the rest of my party. If I die, or if I get hurt, you guys will heal me, right?
If you die, we will bury you. But if you get hurt,
okay,
we'll tell you to walk it off, I guess.
I'm pretty convinced this will work. Greg,
Okay.
I walk to the bottom of the steps, okay?
Okay.
And then I drop my bag, okay? And I begin ruffling through my bag, and I pull out a scroll. And I will use my teleportation scroll to teleport to the top of the... Use my teleportation scroll.
Wonderful. It works like a charm. You pull out the scroll of teleportation, you read it aloud, the incanting of magic flows off your tongue, and you teleport inside the temple above the steps. No need to make a save or a check. You teleport there, and in front of you on an altar with spiraling sigils and strange glyphs are two heavy metal gauntlets. They are enshrined with an image of a long squid along the side, and their fingertips are heavy and like almost like angular, like the tips of the edge of the tentacle of a squid.
All right, so the first thing I do is obviously put on the gauntlets, Greg.
All right, you put on the gauntlets. What is your strength?
My strength is 14.
Ooh, very nice. You can wear the gauntlets, if only just, as the gauntlets are heavy. They're immediately... They each weigh about 15 pounds, and they are hard to move around in, but you have the strength to manipulate them. These gauntlets immediately like tingle in your fingers. You know that you are wearing something special.
Yeah, I put them on and I stand on, like, I look out to them. I'm like, yeah, they're kind of heavy.
Yeah, come down so we can identify them.
Kind of scary. What if it, like, launches me off like it did you?
Are you gonna live in the tower now for all eternity?
Is there, like, loose
we can brick
stones
up the
up here,
door
Greg?
so no one else can get them either.
You could find a loose stone up here. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Hey, what happens if I try and, like, roll the loose stones down the steps?
The loose stone just gently bounces down the steps.
How tall is this place, or how tall is it up?
We'll say 10 feet worth of three big long steps.
Can I just, like, jump from the top down to the bottom?
You absolutely may.
That's what I'm doing.
You take a running jump. Woo! Heavy gauntlets above you. Boom! You land in a cloud of dust.
Yeah,
You
I
are
got your
outside the
gauntlets,
temple.
Mr. Julianos.
Oh my, yes, yes, yes. Bring them here, bring them here. I would love to take a look at these. He like rubs his hands together. Oh yes, these are definitely predating anything we know of. He tries to slide them off your hand and like just go boom. Oh, you are not lying. These are heavy indeed. Oh, okay. Let me get these over here where I can inspect them. He like lays them on his dirty, grungy like towel that's over by the fire pit. He takes out a little pinch of dust, and he begins to sprinkle it over the top of the. And he looks, he's like, oh, these shall be great fun. I wonder what connection they could have to the mist. Yes! Oh, you guys are wonderful. Remind me to pay you someday. And then he just gets lost staring at these things and mumbling to himself about the powers that be.
As he's looking at it, like looking them over, and like we're gathered around him,
Yeah?
Marcus will kind of look to the rest of the party, and kind of give a look, like look at him, and then like look at him while he's like,
What do you do here, Julianos?
I think at this point, Julianos is like not talking to you. He's just like absorbed. He's like mumbling to himself. He's like flipping through his like personal like notebook. He's like drawing out things. Yeah. He licks the gauntlets. He like dings them and listens. He sprinkles different substances over them. He's like in full research mode. You ask him questions like that, and he just they don't even like register.
Okay, so Harold's goal is now to get this guy to lead him to a secret workshop so that they can rob that place on their way back. But if we're going to commit a cold-blooded murder like Justin Bieber here wants us to, I am not willing to make that call.
I mean, I'm still tending to my tender back for the next, I don't know, 50 minutes or so, so...
The short rest in the mists is a 10-minute rest.
Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, so the next, I don't know how long then, since I made my attempt.
Yeah.
We got
a few
our
more
short
minutes.
Rest off. We got our short rest off before we started talking to him, right? Wasn't that the idea? Like we had done our short rest and he had like lost interest, and then we talked to him afterwards. That's my impression, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
then I took damage, and then I started a short rest.
Okay.
So Talise was just hanging out.
All right, cool. Mole's gonna like look at the guy and then look at the others, and sort of like behind him, just like do the along his neck, the.
All right, I guess Talise will like get up, still like sore my back. I didn't get it realigned yet. And I'll, this guy's paying no attention. I pull out my 2 daggers.
Okay.
I activate them.
Sure. You spend some time to activate your daggers.
Yeah, I'm just
go ahead and place yourselves around this feller here.
Mole's
Wherever
right here.
you would like to be.
Oh wait, where was he? Yeah, Mole's like still in his little corner here. I thought
Okay. Fair.
Right.
he can get there when he needs to. So
Okay.
swinging. Should we roll for initiative?
I'm going to let Talise sneak up here and make an attack on him, since you're doing that, and then we will roll initiative if it doesn't kill him.
All right.
With a 25, you hit. As you swing down, you will see a flash of arcane-looking energy. You almost try to deflect your blade, but you pierce through it, or actually the serpent's fangs pierce through it as you had activated the serpent's bite, and they sink down into his neck. Roll me damage. 6 and 3 is 9 and 3 is 12. That is not enough, I don't believe. Let me double check. Our druid, or not our druid, our priest, Julianos. The Julianos priest takes the bite. He screams out, "Ah!" And he is not bloodied. though very close. He turns around and everyone roll me initiative.
Yeah.
Beautiful. He will roll initiative as well.
Greg, question.
Yes, please.
That the short rest that's not enough to remove that wound thing. It has to be a
No.
full night's sleep, right?
It has to be a full night's rest in a safe and secure location.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Let's get this in descending order. Do I have everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, Talise, you respond next. I guess he really is going last. So everybody, try to murder this man before he goes.
All right, Slashy and Slashy. Guessing the 9 doesn't do it.
The 9 does not hit. The 19, however, will.
And I've got sneak attack, so 15.
15. You will bloody him and take him down very low indeed. All right, Marcus.
Marcus will swing my shipwrecker anchor at him.
Oh, please
We are
do.
we are making the world a better place by killing this assassin.
Oh, definitely. The 16 is going to hit. Please roll me damage. A 9. That is enough. You kill this man before he has a chance to act or cast or do much of anything. I don't even know why I started the combat music. Excellent. He lies dead on the ground in front of you.
I look at everybody with a smile. We made the world a better place. We killed the bad man. Good job, guys.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we got rid of those assassins he was about to hire.
Yep. Let's move the assassins' bodies over here to him. Check him. So if anyone shows up, they think it's them that did it.
All right.
Aren't we supposed to claim
Yes, but
credit
random-
for this?
Yes, but random people that come to check before we.
We just have to come back with his blood on our hands.
Oh, true. Okay. And
So we should
probably
collect
some of his
some of
stuff.
his blood.
Grab some of his research notes as well. Grab all his stuff so you can.
All right. Excellent.
Man, you're a cold-blooded murderer.
You are going to start investigating this person. Are you including the corpses of the wannabe assassins as well?
I will deal with the assassins' corpses.
Okay.
They were
Uh,
honorable combatants, unlike
right.
the priest who we butchered.
You butchered the priest. You will find amongst his possessions a detailed notebook. As you look at it, it seems to be written in some kind of cipher. The priest is holding a number of gold coins equal to, I didn't pre-roll these, equal to 104 gold pieces. He also is holding the gauntlets, as well as a strange looking holy symbol of like a blood drop.
Well, symbol of the blood drop. Us supposed to come back with our hands covered in his blood. A lot of blood symbology going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, being as I'm a cleric, would I have any knowledge of a holy symbol or like a blood holy symbol?
Very specifically, you don't. This is a symbol that very is outside of the norms of any religion you've come across, even in the Conclave of the Faithful, where many different faiths and many different types of religion are gathered. This single blood drop, as red as it is, does not appear in any of them. It is explicitly very foreign to you as a scholar of religion.
Interesting.
Yes. So, yes, Cora.
I'll go ahead and look around. Does anybody have like a vial or a flask or something?
I have an herbalism kit, which I
A milk
believe.
bottle.
I'm totally down with an herbalism kit having a flask.
I just want to take some of this guy's blood in case it's.
Sure. Yeah, you can bleed him for a vial of blood. Absolutely.
Kit contains mortar and pestle pouches and vials. So yeah, it has vials in it.
Perfect.
All right, so we got some vial of blood.
What do
Excellent.
the assassins got going on, if anything?
The assassins are fairly plain. They have a copy of the same note that Talise found. They seem to have scribbled down. You can't read it, but you remember seeing it, and it is the same thing. They also have amongst them 22 gold pieces. And they have regular armor and regular weapons, except for one who seems to be wearing a interesting piece of hide armor. His hide armor seems to be entirely like crafted out of the pelts of foxes.
That seems like it's worth money. So I will take that before throwing his body unceremoniously into the ocean.
I'll take care of these bodies. They were awesome. Chuck into ocean.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
As they say, into the ocean and just fall.
Very good. So, that is presumably your mission solved. What do you do
Time
now?
to head back. I think so Mole says, this horn, I think we might want to take care of it here in this town. I don't know if we should bring it across the ocean again. It might be drawing those creatures.
There are
Maybe
no
just-
guilds here. Are you just wanting to sell it for money?
That is
They
tough
better use
because
to say the Merchants Guild or the Cold Iron Company who escort merchants across the sea.
well, yes, it would be good to do that, but I think that bringing it back across the sea, we have a chance of getting attacked by one of those things again.
Let it
Clearly,
come.
we can handle them, right?
And he thinks, oh, it was a bit of a close call. Oh, maybe let's get back to town. Let's see if there is anyone, because these if their guilds aren't here, they might have people who are visiting. You know, like the Merchants Guild having gone across here. We might be able to find people like that.
I
Let's just
feel
get
like
back to town
you
first.
are taking this out of proportion, and I would rather we keep it.
All right, but we're not blowing it while we're on the water.
Okay.
All right. You begin to head back towards the Shimmer Harbor's like main city.
Yeah.
Okay. You will begin to head back. Unfortunately, that was most of your days of journeying. So as you begin to,
Oh, is it night?
it's gonna be night soon.
We should
Yeah.
probably just camp here then, right? Because we spent the entire day traveling, so
You
we're
did.
gonna have to spend another entire day back. We should probably literally just camp right here.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood the time of day. Mole will suggest camping out here for the night.
Okay. Okay. If you all want to camp here for the night, you absolutely can. There is a fire pit, a small blanket, the night sky filled with stars as you sleep here for the evening. Tell me, what's it like sitting here with the bloodstains of a pitched battle, a murdered man, this temple, and the starlights around you? What are your characters feeling in this moment as it is, night and dark and campy?
I mean, Talise is not really used to being the one doing something. There's something a little bit, secondary about being the lookout, the person just like making sure your friends don't get in trouble as compared to like literally like stabbing the blades into the back of a innocent man, right? That jerk wasn't going to even pay us. He said, "Oh, I'll pay you later, surely," and looked left and right. So anyway, he's kind of a jerk, but like there's something about stabbing a man to death. That's different than just looking out while your friends rob a shop blind or something, right? So Talise has got a lot on her mind.
Okay. Okay.
Marcus isn't dealing with any of that from his perspective. He was a bad man. He was a master assassin, and we've made the world a better place.
We have. Is this that fox fur armor that you brought back? Is that visible? Or are you trying to hide it from us?
No, I'm not trying to hide it.
Mo will say, "Can I take a look at that?"
Okay. Yeah,
Sure.
the fox hide armor is what it looks like. It is a hide armor. It does have bare arms, but it is a torso piece and some small leggings as well that are joined together pieces of fox's hides. Mostly their tails and their like actual torso bits. There you don't see a fox's head anywhere except as a like single head that is fashioned into a hood that can be pulled up so that you have like a fox's head over the top of yours like a hood.
Mind if I hold on to this as we travel? It looks comfy. We can deal with all the stuff we've collected at the end, but this looks like some good armor. And he like motions towards his own hides. He says, "Might get some protection on the way back in case we go into trouble."
Vocalizing your greed is not necessary. Feel free to wear it.
Alright, cool.
But give me the horn in the meantime.
Are you gonna blow it?
That's my business, not yours. Let's call it an exercise of trust.
Okay,
Mr.
yeah.
Mole.
You say that, and he nods, and he gives you the horn.
Okay.
He'll go out of his dirty hides into the fox hide armor.
As to the milkman's disposition about the cold-blooded murder that we've just committed, and he is an accessory to, the milkman finds great joy in the fact that he, like, just as a spectator of, we have the dwarf druid who's greeting it up, just tricking this little Justin Bieber cleric boy, that this guy deserved to die when we all know he was innocent. And he's eyeing Talise of like, I have watched you grow from a lookout to a cold-blooded murderer who not just struck once, failed to kill a man, struck him again to finish him off. And I think during the night, as he's like the last person or the first guy on watch and everyone's resting, he's just gonna cackle maniacally. Just under his breath with his eyes gleaming with the devil's sight. Oh, this is just mischievous. And he loves it.
All right. Very good.
Oh, such bad people he's surrounded by.
While you sleep in the night, it is Talise, once more, your lookout, keeping a sharp eye out in the night. Amongst the flickering flames of your firelight, you see, you're camping here across the bridges, but you see on the mainland forms scurrying about. You look at them closely, they seem small, but some of them seem bigger and like bulkier. Your eyes adjust for a bit, maybe you creep a bit closer, and as you look more closely, your eyes show you small kobolds rushing about. And two of them seem to be riding on top of these large dog-sized lizards with snapping teeth. They seem to be following up and around, nose to the ground. The longer you watch them, the more you think they are scouting out the footprints at the far side of the two bridges. What do you do when you see this?
I'll kick the druid awake.
Mole sort of grumbles over, looks over. Where is it?
I'll just sort of like grab his arm and sort of like point his arm off towards them so he can know where they are in the dark.
I see what you mean. Well, they only got one place of approach, so if they want to, because we still have our fire going during night, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He goes, it's pretty obvious where we are. If they decide to try and come across this bridge, we'll repel them. That's it.
All right.
Okay. You sit, you wait, and sure enough, there are kobolds creeping ever closer. You can see them sniffing the air, looking at you, shaking their heads and waiting. They bulk up in a number of 12 kobolds as you sit and you wait. And two of them are riding creatures that you saw earlier. They are now armored and fit with large, not large, but appropriately sized pieces of metal and leathers to give them an extra look of fearsomeness. Yes.
Mo will shake the others awake as well, tell them to prepare, because
Yeah, as Mole is
I
going
prepare.
over there, I'm getting into these bushes and trying to not appear apparent.
Okay, absolutely.
they're still on the other side of the bridge. Like they're still on the. They haven't crossed either.
They
of the
have
bridges
not
yet.
crossed
Okay.
it at all. In fact, here, let us throw this out. They are appearing on this side of the bridge. There's no more hyena over here. And they are beginning to group up. There is now that's the wrong
shit.
thing. There is now a kraken. There is now 12 of these creatures. And they are lining up as if preparing themselves while one shouts at them in the back. Shouts loud enough that you can hear his koboldy voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we have 8, 9, and then 10, 11, and 12. These two in the front are riding creatures that you saw earlier. They look something like this, but they don't have a net on them anymore.
They riding Velociraptor.
They are riding velociraptors. And so we're just going to group these and copy that and paste that.
Okay.
They have a 1 spell slot left, so yeah.
Sounds good. No, excuse me.
There we go. They are set up here like this. Excellent. So, while you have watched all of this kind of set up in the night, you see this group. What are you doing? They look like they're preparing themselves to come and get you in the evening.
Mo's like, Mo will whisper. They say, I'll entangle them around like here when they start crossing.
Cool. I probably don't have armor on since this was a nighttime encounter.
When the way the mists work, when your lookout is successful, you are never surprised. So you are aroused and given enough time to aroused. You are roused, not aroused. You are roused and given enough time
Greg.
to don
Let's
your
do
armor.
I'm
Yeah.
ready to throw down. Whenever
okay,
these
yeah.
guys' signals are ready, I'm gonna start shooting blasts at Velociraptors.
All right. You prepare yourselves and you watch, and as a group, the shouts come, Cobalt City, or whatever they yell, and they
Barky.
Arky, barky, barky, arky, barky. They will rush you.
Can you tell me when they're
forward.
in 120-foot reach?
They rush the bridge and they are within 120-foot reach.
Okay. We're firing them.
All right, you fire upon them. Go ahead and make me an attack roll, please.
This is for the Raptors. Death to all Rapscallions.
You fire at the raptors. Their armor blinks a little magical, and it blasts off away from them, unable to hit
Okay.
them. I heard talk of an entanglement happening.
Yes, I was going to entangle them when they got here, so I can wait for us to do initiative on that, or if you want me to.
I
just do it
think
now,
that you
but-
prepared that action as you waited.
I guess it'll be like I don't know how my square looks here, but it'll be. I'm basically just gonna put it in the middle and get as many as I can. And
All right, we will draw your square. It is a 20-foot square, so you go 5, 10, 15, 20, and we go 5, 10, 15, 20. This is the size of your square. And so you want it in the middle somewhere, like right
Yeah.
here? You want it like this?
to the right, two ticks.
Like this. Excellent. We have
Yeah,
kobolds making saves. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus velociraptors. We're gonna roll 10 d20.
DC 14 strength.
Beautiful, thank you. So the last two I'm gonna say are the velociraptors. And so the kobolds are a fail, a success, a success, a success, a success, a success, a fail, a success. So we have 2 fails among the kobolds. We're gonna say you.
Do they have a plus or minus strength modifier?
These ones have +0. You and you are entangled. Then we have the velociraptors. The velociraptors are.
So DC 13.
DC's 14, I think.
Yeah, DC's 14.
Oh, what am I doing? I did this totally wrong. Fail, fails. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. Okay, my bad. So we're gonna have you entangled. 1, 2. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. 1, 2, 3. You're in it. That's what happened. You're touching it. We're gonna get you. You're entangled. 1, 2, 3, you. And then these 2, I'm going to say, are going to be dependent on their velociraptor. This velociraptor and group is entangled just 100%. Both of them are. These guys are. These guys are entangled. I cannot make them on an entangled marker, so we're just going to know. And these 2 are not entangled. How do I make these guys entangled? Oh, they're not a group. Oh, they are a group, but they're weirdly. I don't understand what's happening to these guys. We're deleting them. You, copy, paste.
Hey, Greg, question.
Yes.
That so that lens I have, every time a creature is killed, it gets a charge. Is it every time I kill a creature, or
Yep,
every time someone?
every time the wearer of the lens kills a creature. I can't make these guys do what I want them to do, but these ones right here to the right are entangled. All right.
Okay.
With that craziness out of the way, everybody roll me initiative.
As we're rolling initiative,
Yeah.
can I hand an item to another party member?
Sure. What do you hand?
I look over to the milkman. Hey, put this on. It's the lens that I'm wearing.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I'll DM you the details, John.
Cool.
And Mo is wearing the fox leather, so just let me know if anything relevant happens.
Yes. So you are wearing the fox's fortune. You attune to them during the night. I will say. While wearing the fox's fortune, here we'll just tell you what it does. The fox's fortune, while maximum hit points, you can use a reaction to have a creature attacking you re-roll its damage, taking the lower amount. Otherwise, it is hide armor. All right, so our first group to go here is the mole. What will you do?
Mole, at the moment, he sees that these things are all entangled. He's not going to go into melee quite yet. So I think what he's going to do is throw a rock at both the lizard and the kobold are entangled. Are they one creature or separate creatures?
These are technically separate creatures. The kobold is riding the velociraptor.
Okay. I will attack the velociraptor, I think.
All right, please do.
Yeah.
The 10 bounces towards him, and the magic blares, and it bounces off the velociraptor.
I will go into these bushes.
All right.
Bumpy Mole. That's my turn.
All right, Harold, it is your turn. What will you do?
I will be casting the darkness spell and moving forward onto the bridge.
Okay, excellent. It looks like you have an aura going there. Can chat see the aura? They can. Beautiful.
Okay, cool.
You send them
can make it
into
darker if you
darkness. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Talise, it is your turn. What will you do?
Had a perfect shot lined up, and now I can't see shit.
You sure can.
I will skirt around up to the north end of this island up here, look to see if I can kind of see this guy through. Maybe some cover over there.
Yeah, it looks like cover for sure.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and shoot at this north kobold here with my crossbow.
Alright, sounds good. That is a 17 against cover. That'll still hit. For 7 piercing damage. That is a dead kobold. Your crossbow kills him on the spot. Beautiful.
And I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash and head down back behind this wall of darkness.
Alright, beautiful. You hide behind the wall of darkness. The kobolds go. 6 kobold. Yep.
We're missing Marcus.
We're missing Marcus. Marcus is not on here. Did you click
I rolled
the token?
yeah. Apparently I did not. My apologies.
Okay, what did
It
you
looked like
roll?
I rolled a 12.
A 12. Okay, let's get you on here. I thought I saw 5 things on here, but I was wrong. Marcus, a 12. Descending order. Boom, boom, boom. Mole's gone. Marcus is up. Let's go, Marcus.
Okay. So, minor note, John, just to make sure you've seen, I did send you details on that item. But I will. So, Marcus cannot see into the darkness, right? But given the circumstance, I feel like it would be fair for Marcus to assume that he's in the center of the darkness because the darkness originates from him and the darkness is over the bridge. So Marcus is putting together that the milkman is in the middle of the bridge. So what he's going to do, he's going to come down, charge out to the middle of the bridge, reach out to Phil for the milkman, filling him. He's going to cast Shield of Faith on him.
All right, I like it. You rush out into the darkness, feel up your man as if you bump into him, and give him a nice shiny magic shield that you can't see in the complete and utter magical darkness. Harold had walked out. Talise took a shot. Kobold's turn. Beautiful. The kobolds will roll at this point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 d20. 6 d20. 60-20, trying to get themselves free from 14. Fail, success, fail, success, fail, success. Okay, fail, success, fail, success, fail, success. Boom. Okay. And then this one here was entangled with the Velociraptor. He fails. He continues to be it. This Velociraptor here is going to try to charge forward using its sense of smell. Going here. Rah, there's something over here in the darkness. I'm going to rush forward. Right. And then it attacks blindly at disadvantage. The kobold is just along for the ride. Excellent. It is going to first bite out into the darkness. Nom, 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 with a 5, completely missing you. It's then going to claw into the darkness. I can't see, but I know you're there, and miss you. This kobold is going to step up here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to the edge of the darkness. He's going to look to see what he can see, and the answer is nothing. The darkness is too much. This kobold here is dressed in like shamanistic vibes. And it is like shaking a staff in the air and incanting, and it is looking into the like kind of area of the darkness, and you can see a big flaming sphere begin to build and erupt, and it comes casting down, and he casts fireball at the darkness. Everyone in the darkness, please make me a dexterity saving throw.
That is a 9.
That is a 9.
That's a fireball? Holy
He
shit.
casts fireball. That is a fail. The fireball deals 10 points of damage, which even if he succeeds, will kill both of the kobolds here. Boink. And we are going to ungroup. Whether or not they succeeded, they're dead. We will roll for the Velociraptor, though. It will make a dexterity saving throw for 11 failing. He'll take 10. And this one will make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage. For a 9, they will fail. These are both bloodied, if you could see them. Brilliant. Mole, it is your turn. What will you do?
Mole, I think he didn't see, but he like heard like chanting and whatnot. He has no idea what's happening in there. He can't see past the darkness. We have a general idea of where these creatures are. They can see us can see them. Do you want to, Greg? Do you want a disadvantage attack, or do you want me to like roll like a D9 on squares to see if I hit something or miss something? Like if he just lobs a stone, like. In this area.
You may attack through the darkness at disadvantage.
Okay.
That's generally how it works.
Yeah. Okay. Like they can't see me either, so it would like technically like cancel. But I'm just gonna roll a disadvantage. It makes more sense that way.
I think that's
actually,
you could attack one of them that isn't restrained or something. Like yeah.
I'll just wait. Wait, this is actually really funny. What's the range on Thornwood? 30 feet. Oh no, I can't quite get them. I'll just throw a rock at a restrained one there.
All right, perfect. Oh, disadvantage. 23 hits, very nice. For 9 points of damage, we'll say you target one of the unrestrained ones. It dies. Blah! Marcus, I hear you are on the cusp of life, barely breathing from the fireball. Please.
Yep.
Make me a death saving throw. 16, please mark 1 success. Harold, you're in the dark with your devil's sight. You can see the carnage unveiling around you. What do you do?
I shout out that Marcus is down, and then I'm going to move like so. That is 30 feet, I believe.
Okay.
5, no, that's 15. All right, so I can move 1 more square, so I will move right here.
Okay.
Getting everything in darkness, essentially, and clearing Marcus. And then I'm going to be doing a racial ability. Because I am an Azamar. One of the few or only within your entire Discord server.
Okay.
On the meta level. This is called Radiant Consumption. Now, I know that says a lot, but essentially I get to add an additional radiant damage equal to my level on 1 attack. And everything in 10 feet of me suffers radiant damage equal to half my level at the end of each turn.
So the only thing I have a question about is radiant consumption causes you to undergo a transformation of sorts. Searing light radiates from your mouth and your eyes and any opening of your body, pouring out into the magical darkness. What happens when your searing radiant light hits your magical darkness?
I think the light stays. So much like how in Batman Begins, the Scarecrow or Batman's eyes just glow with that low intensity light of like red and orange hues. This one, in the darkness that is the spell, lights up just two very small beams from his eyes that sort of stop at like a 2.5 foot mark. And then whenever he opens his mouth, there's just like weird ooze and slime effects coming out, creating this like ghostly effect.
Ooh, very cool. All right, nice. Go ahead and make your attack here.
That was my action.
Oh, that was your action. I thought that
yes.
radiant consumption was a bonus.
Yeah, it is in its
You
updated
use your
version.
action to unleash. Okay, yep, you're correct.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I do have a bonus action that I'm gonna do called Hexblade's Curse on this guy, because he looks like he threw a fucking fireball at me.
This one did.
Well, he looks like the guy who threw the fireball.
All right, excellent. Hexblade's Curse, absolutely.
Yes. So essentially, if I manage to hit him with an attack, I'll do an additional 6 points of damage.
Beautiful.
And at the end of my turn, everything just suffers 2 radiant damage. Within 10 feet of me.
Everything within a certain radius, 10 feet. Beautiful. 2 damage for everybody. Perfect. They suffer the damage. You've actually
much,
bloodied all the
honest.
kobolds.
Cool.
Excellent. Is this
Please
guy
help
within
him.
10 feet? This guy doesn't look like 10 feet.
Yeah, he is.
He is? Okay.
Just barely.
Perfect. Talise, it is your turn. The magical darkness has revealed a downed Marcus to you. What do you do?
Do I look like a healer? I'm going to make my way down over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to see this one that's just barely sticking out of the darkness. just gonna be
Technically,
like-
if it touches the darkness, it's in the darkness, but I like the idea of him barely sticking out. So go ahead and make an attack at him. 24 hits. Roll me damage.
No reason for me to have sneak attack.
The kobold dies. Sploosh, splashing into the waters below you. Beautiful. It is the kobold's turns. We have 3 kobolds still restrained. They will roll to try to break free. They have a fail, a success, and a fail. Fail, success! Aha! He's no longer restrained. And a fail. This guy that is not restrained is alive, and he sees motes of light pouring out of your eyes. He knows in the darkness where to attack, and he will lash out. The kobold with his dagger will stab at you. He has an ally within 5 feet, and he will roll an advantage with his pack tactics. He's 21. He stabs you. Please. Yes.
If darkness is still going, it would just be at normal, right? Because he has disadvantage, which is canceled out by pack tactics.
I don't think he has disadvantage because he can see your motes of light. He's within 5 feet of you, so he can see where those are coming from, right?
Okay.
He knows
if
where
he
to
can
attack.
jump like 5.5 feet up into my face, that's fine. I'll accept that.
All right, yeah. This guy's.
But
this
if
guy's
it's
got
just
his.
my eyes and my mouth,
He's got his Kobe, fours on, and he's gonna make that Jumpman like slash for 3 points of piercing damage.
I'll take it.
All right.
I just want it to be in the lore. These guys have like a 6 foot vertical.
Oh yeah, they
That's what I
got
really want.
huge hops. Yeah, they're like a cross between lizards and toads, man. They're flying.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I will make a con save.
Perfect. Please make a con save. Yes.
Yeah.
You keep your thing going. That means that he's stuck. This one here is in the darkness. He's not within 5 feet of you. He doesn't know that there's lights on. He's gonna try to move out of the darkness, and he gets here. Like, oh, things are good. And then he goes here. That's the end of his turn. The lizards can smell you. They're gonna turn around. This guy can see where you are now, so they get pack tactics. This guy's still stuck, actually. He doesn't turn anywhere. He's just like, I'm stuck! But this one is free. And he gets up next to you. I can't apparently turn him around because Roll20's being a pain in the butt. But he is going to try to slash and bite at you with his pack tactics. Missing with his bite. And he's going to miss with his claws. Blah. Mole, it is your turn. What do you do?
Mole regretfully doesn't have the spell slots to heal Marcus, but this young boy has done a lot for us. He's shown bravery, so I'm going to attempt to stabilize him with a medicine check.
All right, please do. Roll me a medicine intelligence check. You need to hit a 10 or better.
Oh, medicine intelligence? Sorry. I just rolled the regular medicine check, which was
Is
wisdom.
medicine not intelligence? Is it wisdom?
It's wisdom.
Then roll with medicine wisdom. That's fine.
19.
19. Bradley, you are stable and yep. You are stable and no longer bleeding out. You will wake up with 1 hit point in. Oops, that was a cock die. In 3 hours. All right.
And then Mole is going to go giant hyena mode, and that'll be my turn.
All right. You go giant hyena.
I'll move
Brilliant.
to where I end my turn once, yeah.
I'm gonna have to give you the control again. There you go.
Thank you.
Harold, it comes to you once more.
It's time to go clubbing. I've got my flail in hand. I have my cursed target right before me. I will strike him. Or try to. And if I hit, I will add that. Bonk. 15?
15 will hit. Please roll me damage if you care to.
15.
15, you murder the kobold in front of you.
More importantly, I get my 3 health back.
Very good. Do you transfer the Hexblade curse?
Yes, that was the guy with Hexblade.
Yes.
I heal for Warlock level plus Charisma or something. Yeah.
Yes, you do. Exactly that.
And then I'm just going to stand right here on his corpse and just let the light ooze out of me and make everything within 10 feet suffer 2 radiant damage.
Oh, please do. 2 points of damage is going to kill the remaining kobolds. They all die if they're inside of it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Well, this guy, except for this guy is not a regular kobold. He just suffers 2 damage. Brilliant.
And then
those two take 2. They've taken 10, 12, 14. They're okay still.
Okay, cool.
All right. Talise, it comes to you. You now have a target. You can see one that has stepped out of the darkness.
I'm just hearing like awful things coming from this darkness, just like screams and squeals of these lizards just getting burned alive. I guess I'm glad that's on my team. That's all I've got to say. As I make my way a little bit more south, try and pick off the people who are outside the darkness here. I find another one and fire a crossbow shot.
All right. Oh!
I can re-roll that because I'm a
oh, beautiful. You're so lucky. Oh, my goodness. Roll again.
How about an 8? That's one better.
It is one better. But your bow gets stuck in the jungle brush around the creature. The kobolds will go. The kobolds. This one's going to step back out of the darkness, and it's going to take a look at what it can do here. It's a little uncertain what its job is. The shaman-looking kobold with its staff looks around, and it is going to levitate itself. It begins to rise up over the top of the darkness, going into the air. We're going to call it Flying. Let's see if we have a good flying. This is a wing. Yeah. It's going to be flying 30 feet up into the air. Oh, okay. We'll call it 3 then. And that is going to be its turn as it raises up out above the darkness so it can see the field of battle.
It ascends.
Yes, this one is going to step forward 5, 10, 15, 20, get into some nice range, begin picking up its sling, and it will fire it at you, good old Talise. It will have cover against, you will have cover against it. I'm going to give you a plus 2 to AC here. As it slings at you with an 8, completely missing. Mole, it is your turn. What will you do?
These two lizards are in the darkness, but I'm aware I can hear them snapping, so I guess I'll attack the one of them's still restrained in the things, right?
Yes.
I'll just attack this one.
Okay. You're gonna attack the one that's restrained.
Yeah.
Okay, so just make a normal roll then. Advantage and disadvantage canceling out. A 10. You bite, and your mouth hits like something that isn't flesh. It's like air that will let your fangs penetrate, and you cannot sink your teeth into it.
That is my turn.
All right, Marcus is stable and no longer bleeding out. Harold, it is your turn. You see this sorcerer float up above your sphere of darkness. What do you do?
I spin my flail around, which releases an eldritch blast of milk, gunning straight towards him from the darkness for 24.
That'll hit.
Or
12 points of damage. Ah! It screams out. It will make a concentration save. It is going to succeed on its check.
Okay, then I will move down here like so, and I'm probably gonna hit you 2, Mole. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hit you 2, Mole.
All right.
A raptor and a kobold, killing them both, or killing the kobold at least.
Yes, your lights. Mole, please take a save for 2 damage, I believe.
Yeah.
And then these guys are gonna die. This guy and this guy are now at 18. Yeah, they're still alive, though just barely.
Okay.
All right. Talise, it is your turn. You now can see, you have line of sight on this guy floating up above the darkness.
All right, I was going to say probably from this angle it would be close, but if I get up to the north a little bit, I certainly should be able to see him because the edges of the darkness are a little bit lower.
Oh, yeah,
all right,
yeah,
so
for sure.
I will get over to here, and I'm going to fire another crossbow bolt at this flying guy.
Please do. A 12 will not hit, though. He, has a tougher armor on, and it bounces off.
And I will use my bonus action to tumble back into the bushes with a dash.
Okay, excellent. You tumble back into the bushes, and the kobolds will go. The Scale Sorcerer is going to throw a chromatic bolt out towards you, Talise, since you're the one he can see. He's going to spring this, and he chooses to roll a bolt of thunder damage. It cracks across the islands. Whoosh, a peal of thunder cracks out across the water. And he will attack at you. You will get a +4 to AC here. He rolls an 8 to hit, his bolt striking the jungle brush and not getting near to you yourself. The lizards, this one's restrained, but it's done trying to actually get out. It's just gonna bite at the thing that's in front of it. They technically can't see, so I'm not gonna give them pack tactics. They are going to bite at you with disadvantage. The first is a miss. They will follow up with their claws. and they just whiff entirely, just into the darkness, restrained by or grappled by their entanglement. The next one will attack as well, biting at you with the disadvantage. A 16, will that hit?
Does hit.
Beautiful. Please take 6 points of piercing damage in your form, as well as their follow-up claw disadvantage. 13 will hit. Yes. Please take 4 more points of slashing damage. All right.
Entangle's gone.
The entanglement is gone. Woo. Mole, it is your turn, though.
Yeah, we're just gonna bite back at the one in front of us, attacking at disadvantage now.
Okay.
If I can scroll down to my character sheet, not being missed. There we go.
You
21?
hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. I don't think it's possible for you to not kill it, and that is true. This first lizard, the Velociraptor, is dead.
And I'll take a bite the second one with a bonus action because giant hyenas have bloodthirsty.
Ooh, very
rampage.
nice. Yes.
Seven
The
counts.
7 won't miss, or won't hit.
That is my turn.
All right.
Okay.
Marcus is unconscious. Harold, is your turn. What will you do?
Screaming like a ring wraith, I once again shoot out a eldritchy blast at the flyer, trying to down him for a 19.
19 will
And it
hit
hits.
for 9
Deals
more
9.
points of damage. That is enough to bloody him. Let us see if he maintains the concentration. No, he falls 30 feet. John, roll me 3d6.
Love to roll you 3d6.
Oh, for 15 points of damage, he falls and breaks his neck on the ground. The
I don't think
sorcerer
that counts towards the charge, so sorry there, Marcus. But I will move in such a manner to only hit the raptor with my radius of bullshit now.
Okay. Sounds
So.
good. Oh, you're going to hit the raptor one more time. The raptor dies. With that, the night is silent once more. And you are no longer beset by these awful kobolds.
The hyena will grab Marcus in its teeth and sort of like pull them over back to the camp.
Excellent.
I need to go find my babies, my crossbow bolts. I need them.
I think for like 45 more seconds, Milkman just screeches and like does the ring wraith walk, you know? Just being a menace.
All right. Talise, how many crossbow bolts did you shoot?
4.
4. I need one more die. You may recover 1, 2 crossbow bolts. The rest are disappeared. Or
Oh,
broken.
my babies.
Oh no.
Rip.
Rip indeed. All right. The rest of your night will pass by uneventfully, and you awake the next morning. Marcus, you will at some point awake with 1 hit point before the end of the long rest. You may benefit from the long rest here. At the end of this night's rest, you may spend any number of hit dice that remain in your pool to regain HP, as well as any spells or class features that are associated with a long rest in the player's handbook. At the end of which you may recover 1/2 of your hit dice rounded up to be used in the next combat, or in the next day, to recover HP. All right. With that, you return back to camp, or has the evening's fight changed any of your plans? What's the idea here, group?
We didn't finish our long rest, and Marcus needs to recover, right? So we're staying at this camp until morning, then gonna head back, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Same plan as before.
I'm a loot goblin, so I just, hit shift right click on the kobolds to just automatically loot them in my inventory.
The kobolds largely had little of anything of value on them. There was, in fact, a staff. The kobold, like shaman, that looked fairly interesting. It is emblazoned with a sunburst upon the top of the handle, and he was wielding an interesting looking like piece of driftwood. The like wood seems to be that of a ship or something else. You can see the lines of the wood on it. It has been fashioned into about the size of a buckler, and there's a handle on it wielded like a shield.
I try them out, see if I get that familiar feeling of magic coursing through me. I also give
can you
back
detect
your
magic
monocle.
or anything else?
I can.
One of us can.
K detects magic, or Mole detects magic, and indeed the staff and the shield are magical.
Goes into the pile. All right.
All right. You return back through the swamp the next day. It is muggy and hot, difficult, but eventually you make your way through the. Rest of the jungle back to Shimmer Harbor and the loud, cacophonous hollering and yelling of ships there. Of people living there, ships coming through, the wares of the place. You look for a ship to make your way back, or what is the plan now that you're here?
That it is.
Yep.
All right. It will cost 25 GP to each character to rent a ship to make it back.
I have the list of like all the loot. We can just remove 100 from one of the gold piles.
Would you like me to remove 100 gold?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
that'll-
Excellent. That will be 4 GP from this pile then that you get to keep. You hire yourself another merchant vessel and begin your sail back into harbor. Since this is the way back, what I'm going to do is truncate our travel here. It looks like we've got a couple of tired folks. We're going to see in your 2 days whether or not you get an encounter. And then if we do, we'll see how prepared you are for it. Excellent. On the way, you have no encounters the first day and no encounters the second day. So, rather than go through an entire thing here, you have a nice peaceful trip back to town. And you eventually arrive at Rhyme View. I am going to start adding up gold and experience here. But before we end the session, I will leave it up to you for here in Rhyme View. If you have anything left to roleplay or take care of before we get to the very end of the session, like giving away an item, now would be the chance to have your like closing scenes of the session. So I'm going to be adding some stuff up, but I will be available to help set a scene or something for you.
So a regular loot we'll divvy up after, but I think we are all sort of in agreement that the horn we should give to, like Mo will say, sort of as we land, I'll do this in character. So who do you think we should bring this horn to?
I would want to give it to the Cold Iron Company first. They seem to guard stuff and would really like this item. So too would the Merchants Guild, but they're merchants. They don't deserve our respect or help. Let's be real.
I'm fine giving it to the company.
Okay. You will find the Cold Iron Company where they normally are, in the kind of garrison to the southeast of Rhymeview, where the old barracks has been transformed into their guild hall. You will find a quartermaster there.
William!
Who runs the place. Yeah, the important people here is William Grimes, the broad-chested ex-adventurer with glorious mutton chops and a wooden prosthetic leg. He oversees the company's trade store, and goes wide-eyed at your mention of the horn and what it did. He says, "And you're giving that to the company now, are you? Just for us to
You
have."
have a need for it, right?
Well, of course, of course. We could always use a Kraken exterminator. That sounds amazing.
I can't help but agree.
Well, you have done great service, the four of you, to our gear here. I will make sure to pass word around that you are good and upstanding members of our company. Yes, let me make sure I get all of your names right. And he goes around making sure to write up a official notice of excellent contribution to the Cold Iron Company.
Ace. Good old William Grimes.
He says, like, upstanding citizens. Mole's pulling a worm out of his ear and eating it.
Doesn't phase him. All types are welcome in the Cold Iron Company. Excellent. With that, was there any other scenes or things that you wanted to mess with here in the interim?
Mole is going to go up to Marcus and sort of set a hand on his shoulder. You show a lot of bravery, lad. Was a pleasure to go out on an adventure with you.
Yeah, we made the world a better place. We should do it again sometime. Kill more evil assassins.
Absolutely.
There's just a cut of Talise washing her hands with the vial of blood in the tavern before Harold drags her back to her room.
Mole still has that bottle of spirits that we found there, and he's going to encourage Marcus to take a sip of it.
Take a
Oh,
sip.
yeah, okay. What's it taste like? Let me give it a try.
Marcus, you take a swig of this. It is spiced rum, and it is old and very, very high proof. Make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's in that one.
It burns down your throat. It hurts. This is the first. Is it the first alcohol you've had? Who knows? It's like your first time. It hits your head immediately. You feel woozy. Oh, it's like you've been poisoned.
I don't know about that. No more of that. No, no, no. You
Drink
feel
it up,
something maybe a
boy.
little fruity? Is there maybe something a little fruity?
We'll go get you a Shirley Temple. We'll go get you a Shirley Temple at the tavern.
Okay. That sounds good, I guess.
All right. So, is that all of the scenes that you would like to have?
I think so.
Do we ever get like mention or approached by a hooded figure?
We're
That's
coming
like-
to that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then no.
Okay. Well, so the four of you will take home 45 GP as treasure split between the party. Along with this treasure, each of you individually will be jostled or banged from behind or run into in a crowded place in public. Different times of day, different places, different people. And you will suddenly find inside of your pockets, after this has happened, a single blood red ruby. With a small piece of parchment wrapped around it. The blood red ruby is worth an additional 35 gold pieces. Each of you can add to that total. And the parchment reads, "You are accepted. Show this note and this insignia," and there's a wax seal like placed upon it. When you have a need of our services. And it leaves no name or reference, but you are all in. So, along with your gold pieces, please take home today 2,312 experience points.
2,312.
2,312 experience points, along with 10 reputation with the Midnight Consortium, 10 reputation with the Cold Iron Company, 5 reputation with the Conclave of the Faithful, and -5 reputation with the Crimson Hood. Or the Crimson Shroud, I think. Crimson Shroud.
Crimson Shroud -10 or 5?
-5.
Cool.
All right.
So I got the 10 with the Midnight Consortium, 10 with Cold Iron Pack.
Cold Iron
What were
Company,
the other
yep,
ones?
yep. 5 + 5 with the Conclave of the Faithful, -5 with the assassin known as the Crimson Shroud or the Crimson Hood. I can't remember which one I called it.
Oh man, I have 40 rep with the Cold Iron Company, guys.
Wow. What do you know?
I
What
have
does
that do?
access to exotic weapons and armor.
So,
Whatever that
before we wrap up entirely, we have some sweet gear to give away. So, I want each of us to kind of go over it. I'll tell you what it is and what it does, and then we'll go from there. The first piece of gear that I have written down is a bottle of Pirate's Rum. Let me tell you what the Pirate's Rum does. Shipwreck Isle notes. Here we go. The bottled of Pirate's Rum requires a DC 12 Constitution saving throw whenever it is drunk. On a successful save, it cures all diseases or illnesses afflicting you at the moment it was drunk. If you fail, you will gain the poisoned condition for the next 24 hours.
Okay.
There are 3 total, charges, total drinks left in your bottle of Pirate's Rum.
Dope.
Would anyone like to lay claim to the bottle of Pirate's Rum?
I think we probably find out what everything does, then we do it all together at the end. Maybe
Is that how you would prefer to do it? Can you remember
think
it
it's-
all well?
I wrote it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wrote down as well.
Okay, well, then I will go through what everything does. The next thing that I have written down is one set of 3 charts. These charts allow you to make any travel roll at advantage. If you are along the coast of the Shrouded, if you are along the coast of the Shrouded Coast, the map that we are using, that expends the chart. The other thing that it will allow you to do is make sailing checks at advantage when you are using the charts. That does
Okay.
not expend the charts. Only the travel rolls do. There are 3 of those charts in this set because you didn't get all of them. 3. There we go. The next thing that I have you written down for is the Horn of the Kraken. This horn, when blown, is anathema to Krakens. They will have to save a Wisdom saving throw of DC 17, or otherwise take 60, 10 plus 10 points of damage. On a successful save, they will take half. On any other sea monster, a monstrous creature of the deep, the saving throw is DC 15, and the damage dice and bonus are halved. So it will be 3d10 plus 10 against other sea monsters that are not krakens. If it is blown within 5 feet of a humanoid, the deep resonance will cause them to become confused if they fail a DC 8 Constitution saving throw. Boom. The next item that I have you with is the Gauntlets of the Kraken. So let's pull those up. Items. The gauntlets of the Kraken. This one's a big one. While wearing these heavy gauntlets, your unarmed strikes deal an additional D6 lightning damage. In addition, the gauntlets contain up to 5 charges and regain D4 plus 1 charges at dawn. When you strike an opponent with an unarmed strike while wearing the gauntlets, you may expend 1 charge to activate the tentacle of the Kraken. The tentacle will unwrap itself from the gauntlet and attempt to ensnare the target. The target must make a DC 16 Dex saving throw or be restrained. The end of each of their turns, they may attempt a DC 16 Acrobatics Dexterity or Strength Athletics check to end the effect. You may spend 3 charges and strike the ground with the gauntlets as an action. This releases the Kraken Storm, dealing 3d6 lightning damage to all creatures within 20 feet of the wearer. A successful DC 16 Dexterity saving throw will take half damage. The Gauntlets of the Kraken require 14 strength in order to wield. Otherwise, you will have disadvantage on your strength-based ability checks and attack rolls. Excellent. That leads us to the next thing that I have here, which is a blood drop holy symbol. This ancient holy symbol seems to be made from a single blood drop encased in amber. A deep red hinge encompasses it. It gives you the feeling of something strange and slightly unholy. If attuned to and worn, you will have a +1 to all of your spell save DCs and spell attacks when you are spell attack rolls. While you are attuned to and use this holy symbol as your spell casting focus. There is an unknown property to this item as well, one that is hidden from you. The next item that I have from you is the Fox's Fortune. We've already gone over this, but this is hide armor that acts just like any hide armor, except while you, the wearer, are at maximum hit points, you can use your reaction to have the creature attacking you re-roll its damage dice and take the lower amount.
That's really good for druids, huh?
The Sunburst Staff can be used as... this is the next item that I have for you. Can be used as a spell casting focus. And it also has a single charge of Fireball that may be cast from the staff once per day. And finally, the item that I have for you is the Driftwood Shield. The Driftwood Shield is a simple shield. But when it is soaked in ocean water, it expands and gains +1 AC.
Okay.
So, I hope that was useful to you to hear them all at once.
I think I got all of them.
All right.
I have them all written down as well.
So, let's go back to the top. The Pirate's Rum. Would any of you like to lay claim to the Pirate Rum?
Seems like a pretty minor thing, but sure, why not?
Okay. I saw John's finger go up,
No,
and I heard Corin.
I backed out and I deleted all my notes for the night. I just...
Do you want the rum?
No.
Corin, it's yours. The next thing that I have from you are the 3 sets of charts. Who would like to take home the 3 sets of charts? Looks like nobody is claiming it. I'd like all 4 of you to roll me a D100. 93,
Give it to Corin.
52, 90, and a 1. To
Ace
Leeds,
1.
you have the 3 charts. The next thing is the Horn of the Kraken. Would
You
anyone
gave
like
that
to...
to the company.
Oh, that's right. You gave it to the company.
Yeah.
You don't get to keep it. Thank you for reminding me. I even gave you your plus 10 stuff for it.
We're just duplicating it.
It's a dupe glitch. Oh no! The miss will
Time to
never
keep
be
giving
the
it to them for
same.
the
Figured it out.
infinite reward.
William's just such a nice guy.
What a cool guy.
The next thing you have is the gauntlets of the Kraken.
I cannot use it at all, so...
Same.
The only way I could use them is if I could use them all wild shape, but that feels like it could be broken, so.
Generally, when you're wild shaped,
Yeah, yeah.
your gear melds into your form.
That's another question about this fox armor then. While wild shaped, I wouldn't be able to use the reaction, right?
I believe that is correct. But though... No. Because when you wear a +1 ring of AC, right? A ring of protection, and you wild shape, you still get that +1 AC.
Okay.
So I guess if you were wearing the gauntlets, and you...
I meant the fox armor.
The fox armor. I'm sorry. I have gauntlets on the brain. If you were wearing the fox armor and you melded into an animal form, you would still have that, like, worn, essentially.
I think the gauntlets would be like a little ridiculous to use in an animal form, right? Unless it was like specifically an ape, but even then it'd have to be like wearing the gauntlets all the time. I think it's ridiculous, so I'm not gonna
All right.
argue for that.
All right.
Fair.
I guess I'll take the gauntlets.
Okay.
Go punch something.
Marcus, you will have the gauntlets of the Kraken. There is a blood drop holy symbol up for grabs. Would anyone like to take that?
I would love that. I
Okay.
love unknown things.
Sounds like you are uncontested for it. Please, Milkman, take a blood drop holy symbol.
And it's +1 spell DCs and attack rolls.
When used as spellcasting focus, it is a holy symbol, so it will affect
Oh, I can't even use it. Never mind.
clerical magic. Yeah.
Yep, never mind.
I'll take it then. I only didn't claim it because I didn't want to be the douchebag that's like, oh, I'll claim everything.
Okay.
Fair.
Sounds like it's yours then. Blood drop holy symbol is yours. The Fox's Fortune armor is next up for grabs. I think Kay wants it.
I think it makes most sense on Mole, yeah.
Anybody else?
And I'm the only one who wears hide, anyways.
Okay.
No.
Looks like it is yours. Please take the Fox's Fortune armor. We next have the Sunburst Staff. Would anyone like to claim the Sunburst Staff?
You know, after getting robbed of my Morb Orb of fireballs, I would like a staff.
I would like to
How about
rob
that?
John of the staff. If at all
Please, no.
possible.
Don't contest me this time, Nick. Then I'll have to follow you into your next game, too.
Come at me.
All right, Corin, are you claiming the staff?
Yes.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
Corin and John, give me D100s.
You roll first.
Mole's gonna try to claim this
But
too. just
nice!
to-
Can I get the
No,
nice?
you want to jump in?
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. You know what? 69, you deserve it. You got it, boss.
Oh, you fucking rat!
Yeah,
What?
Mole has asked to claim a roll as well. I'm going to grant it to him. He was talking while you were rolling. Mole.
Unbelievable.
And now that he claims it, he's gonna give it to. Oh God, who would it be more fun to give to?
I hate you. Why were you trolling me? But I respect the grind.
I think our warlock friend is the one that's gonna get the shield, right? No, wait, it's them or the cleric can use the shield as well, so it's not guaranteed. He'll.
Just give it to Bradley. Just give him all the items, dude.
He'll.
He
he'll
is
go
an
back and-
expert. He is an expert adventurer.
They can decide the staff between them. Mole will take his roll back.
Yeah, it goes to John.
Mole takes his
Wow.
roll back. Are you giving it to John? After
Yes.
all that?
Yeah.
Okay. John, you have been effectively trolled to here and back. I approve of this because, you know, if any player of mine deserves it.
It is me, yeah. No, I'll accept it. I respect
You
the
take the Sunburst staff home, John.
Wow, thanks.
All right. And finally, we have the Driftwood Shield. Would anyone like the Driftwood Shield?
Does anybody else use a shield?
Yeah.
I
But-
do, but I'm in animal form most of the time, so I'll I think it should go to one of you two.
I can take the moderately armored.
I'm not against it. I just don't know how ocean adventures I'll be doing in the future. But if you just want to roll off for it, we can do that as well.
It sounds like Bradley wanted
How are your attunement slots looking? Like I already got.
I
3
have
magic
no
items.
magical items at all.
Okay, you take it.
Well, you just got a sunburst staff. But
I just got the yeah. That's literally my.
All right, it sounds like it's yours. Driftwood Shield,
The box arm
John.
is rolls first as well.
Wow, thanks.
All right, that wraps up our items. That wraps up our experience and our gold. I had a fun time with the session today. I hope you did as well. Are there any shout outs you want to give about where to find you on the internet or anywhere else before we sign off?
Yeah, I can go if you guys want.
I would love for you to shout yourself out.
Guys, I'm John Dungeon Master. You can find me Mondays and Saturdays, no longer Fridays, on twitch.tv/John Dungeon Master, soon to be YouTube something or whatever. On Wednesdays, both me and Greg Hansen, our lovely DM for this session, will be with Apollo_Nick being space rats or space goblins, where we kill people as well. I guess. Yeah, we're murderers, aren't we?
We're fighting the corpse, man.
True.
Alrighty. Awesome. Anyone else have a shout out they'd like to make? No? All right.
Find me on John Dungeon Master when he lets me out of his basement once a week on Saturday.
Alrighty then. Thank you all for playing with me, and I will catch you all around Twitch chat. Hopefully you can catch me tonight. We are playing some more Omega Dicing, I guess, is the name of the game over on twitch.tv/Bradley Omega. If I don't see you there, have a great rest of your day, your night, your week, whatever else it is, till I see you again, and I'll catch you next time. Peace, everybody.